May 10th. Can we have roll call, please?
Council Agency Authority Member Sullivan.
Here.
Stockton.
Here.
Ritchie.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Wiley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Chair Roberts.
Here.
Mayor Chair Rowlett.
I'm here. If you will please stand with me for a moment of silence and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Silva, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Manager, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, we do not, sir.
Can I get a move of approval?
Motion approved.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Number 4, approval of minutes.
Motion approved. Minutes. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, we have a couple presentations. First, we have 5A, Police Week Proclamation. Mr. Smessler, Chief. See if I get your mic going. And you're hot.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, thank you for this proclamation. Police Week was actually started 60 years ago this year, and it's meant to remember and honor the members of law enforcement throughout the country who have died in the line of duty. It's typically celebrated in the 3rd week of May each year. Solano County holds a ceremony that we'll be attending tomorrow at noon. So again, from our staff, the hardworking men and women of the Vacaville Police Department, we are honored that the City Council is providing this proclamation for us.
Thank you very much, and I'll read a couple of the whereases. This is the proclamation for National Police Week, whereas the members of the law enforcement agency of the city of Vacaville play an important role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of citizens in our community. Whereas it's important for all citizens to know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of the police department, and the members of our department recognize the duty to serve people and safeguard lives and property, protecting them against violence and disorder, and protecting the innocent against the deception of the weak, oppression and intimidation. And therefore, I, Ron Roulette, urge our citizens to join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their community, have established for themselves the rights and securities of all citizens. And now, therefore, it being resolved, I, Ron Roulette, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, on behalf of the whole entire City Council, do by proclaim the week of May 15th through May 21st as National Police Week of the City of Vacaville. Please step up. Thank you. Next proclamation we have is Older Americans Month proclamation.
Bring that down a little. Good evening, council members. I'm Elizabeth Crisante, Recreation Supervisor for the Parks and Recreation Department. So each year, May is recognized as Older Americans Month, and the McBride Senior Center was thrilled to reopen its doors in the summer of 2021, and we continue to offer services to our older adult population. Some of these programs include fitness classes, tech classes, cultural arts classes, support groups, social groups, and different kinds of events. The free services that we offer are legal consultation, health insurance counseling, notary service, driver courses, tax aid, and lest I forget our ever popular trips and tours program, which was brought back hot off the press after COVID. A special thank you to all of our staff and volunteers who supported the Hot Meals program during the pandemic and who continue to support the ongoing programs and services. We honor you as we honor the older Americans of Vacaville for whom these services are provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have a proclamation for Older Americans Month. Older American Month. It's hard to say. Whereas the city of Vacaville recognizes the increasing growth and aging population and it's committed to providing needed services and opportunities for residents of all ages to participate in the community life. And whereas the McBride Center was founded in 1967 and serves the aging population where they are at while building the path to inclusiveness and changing needs of residents as they age. Whereas May is recognized as Older Americans Month, and the city of Vacaville recognizes a growing number of states and municipalities, including the state of California, which have joined efforts to become more intentionally inclusive to older adults. Now, therefore, being it resolved, I, Ron Roulette, Mayor, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize Older Americans Month and support the initiative and opportunities to be age-friendly community by encouraging and promoting policies and projects that are beneficial to the health and active aging. So if you can come up. And then we have Mental Health Awareness Month proclamation.
Hi, I'm Paula Ledoux, the Clinical Services Administrator with the Police Department. Good evening. Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed in May in the United States since 1949. Mental health is always important, but with the lingering effects of COVID-19 pandemic, the need for accessible and appropriate mental health resources is more apparent now than ever. According to CDC data, in 2021, 37% of high school students reported that they experienced poor mental health during the pandemic, and 44% reported they persistently felt sad or hopeless during the past year. 29% reported that a parent or other adult in the home lost a job, increasing levels of stress and anxiety. So I'd like to highlight some of the programs provided by the City of Vacaville that provide support to those facing mental health challenges. The Youth Services section of our police department includes school resource officers, family support workers, and licensed mental health clinicians who supervise counseling interns. This past school year, 13 graduate student interns from several area universities provided mental health counseling to general education students at 18 schools in the district, including elementary, middle, and high schools. Interns provided 1,464 counseling sessions to 256 different students throughout the school year, helping youth cope with a wide variety of therapeutic concerns. Of these students, 110 expressed some form of suicidal ideation and were formally assessed for the appropriate level of intervention. In my 23 years as a clinical supervisor in this program, I have never seen numbers this high. These counseling supports are available to students attending participating public schools free of charge. Our police department is also home to the Family Resource Center for Vacaville, where any community member can meet with a family support worker for a comprehensive assessment, followed by either in-house services or outside referrals to the supports that they need. And then family support workers meet with their clients for follow-up appointments for a minimum of 6 months to check in and ensure that their needs continue to be met. In 2021, family support workers assisted community members with 247 office visits, 453 phone appointments, and 123 walk-in meetings. We provided basic needs assistance, crisis counselings, and referrals to ongoing treatment. Additionally, this April, our police department implemented the Mobile Crisis Response Program in partnership with Solano County Mental Health and Pacific Clinics. This program's mission is to de-escalate crisis situations, link people to necessary services, and coordinate their care with appropriate agencies. During the first month, the team responded to 11 calls. 2 of these resulted in 5150s, and 9 resulted in staff completing safety plans and referring to community resources. Of the 11 calls, the mobile team responded alone to 5 and co-responded with police officers to 6. The age range of those supported was 13 to 83 years. The purpose of Mental Health Awareness Month is to educate the public about the importance of mental wellness and to decrease the stigma around mental illness. Police department staff, including officers, mental health clinicians, and family support workers, play a vital role in responding to those in crisis and providing ongoing supports. Anyone seeking support can call the FRC at 707-469-6608, and we will help link you to the appropriate level of care. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a proclamation for you for Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas the mental health of our citizens is essential to the emotional and economic prosperity of the families, communities, and businesses. Mental illness affects people of all ages, races, ethnicities, and income levels. And where businesses, schools, government agencies, healthcare providers, and citizens need to promote mental wellness, educate the public on mental health related issues, support prevention efforts, and strive to eliminate the stigma of discriminating associated with mental illness. Now, therefore, being resolved, I, Ron Roulette, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, on behalf of the entire Vacaville City Council, do proclaim May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Vacaville, recognizing mental health and well-being are equally as important as physical health of our citizens and our community. Okay. We will move to item 6, the consent calendar. Does anyone from the city council want to pull any item off the consent? Anybody from the public want to pull anything off the consent calendar? I see none. I'll move it back to the council.
60.
Oh, you do want to pull something? Okay. We'll pull 6D. I'll entertain motion for 6A, B, C, E, F, and G. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous for that. We'll go to item 6D. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. Just,
Oh, I'll hit it. There you go. Sorry.
just real quick. Oh, that's loud in here. 6D, so Councilmember Sullivan and Councilmember Stockton, one of the things I was just curious about is, so in the description, it talks about reduction of homelessness and economic security. And I'm curious to see how we work within our policies to where we can get semi-periodic updates on what's discussed in the cap. So I was just kind of hoping to get maybe quarterly updates or anything that y'all feel appropriate. And I'm not sure how to kind of streamline that process to where
Councilmember
have
Sullivan.
barriers to that. So it was just a request as you all continue to develop that.
Sorry, go.
Sorry.
It is.
Yeah, I think that's a great request, Councilmember Silva. City Manager, I think you kind of sort of halfway had a plan for that. Am I under the wrong assumption, or?
We will continue to work with the council and the electeds that are part of that two by two regional effort to keep the council informed.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are starting the process to convene with the other cities in the county very soon here. We have a meeting coming up in about 2 weeks with 2 representatives from the other cities as well as the county. And we should have some hopefully good news to bring back to the whole council. It's the first time that the entire county, all of the cities have started to actually talk about homelessness as a cohesive unit, and we're really optimistic. So about a year of meeting with other council members from other cities, it's finally paying off. And so this is a big first step. Essentially what this is tonight is starting the process to establish what's basically called an executive commission on homelessness, where there'd be 2 reps from the councils of each of the cities, 2 board members, and we actually start talking globally about how to really make a dent in homelessness, how to share our resources, how to deduplicate, and kind of how to leverage our collective power for big grants. So I think Councilmember Stockton and I will have hopefully a very optimistic update for you guys probably in the next month or so. And we'll work with the city manager and the mayor to get that on the agenda.
Great. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I just wanted to, I'm not going to repeat what Councilmember Sullivan said. I agree, but I wanted to make a commitment to Councilmember Silva as well as the rest of the council in the community that we're going to provide those updates, and that collectively between Councilmember Sullivan and I, one of the most important factors for us to be able to effectively advocate for our community is to get the input from you and from the community here at our council meetings as well, to go there and make sure that what we're doing is right for Vacaville and meets the needs of our citizens. So make that commitment to the council today and to the community as well.
Perfect, thank you. And typically, when we have council members on committees, they'll come back during council comments and comment. I know that Sullivan and most of everyone on here comes back during council comments and gives an update on what's going on. So I will open it up to the floor if anybody has any issue for item 6D. I will close the floor, entertain motion.
Motion approved.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. We will move to item 7. This is business from the floor. This is time to address the city council with issues that are not on this agenda, but are within our subject matter jurisdiction. Your mic is on.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to applaud Councilmember Jeanette Wiley for her efforts in District 6 with the debris collection that we did. 22.39 tons of stuff came out of our neighbors' homes. And it was also a chance to interact with people that you hadn't met before. I was talking with someone in our neighborhood who was really a long-term resident that I had never met. And I've been here 16 years. She's been here 40. We've crossed each other's houses. Anyway, it was a great time. And thank you to the city staff who helped make it happen, because there was a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that
Thank you so much.
went on. We're looking forward also to the renovation of our park, Pheasant Country. And thanks for that support through Measure M.
Absolutely. Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I'll close public comment. Oh, did any of the kids want to come up and speak? You can pull the mic straight down. The mic.
Oh.
There you go. You can take off your hat if you like.
All right.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Giovanni. I'm from Markham, 6th grade. And I have been listening to these meetings for a while now about Trevor Park. And when there's a meeting about the park, I always hear a disappointment. But this last meeting, I felt joy and happiness because it sounded like people were on our side. But then always there's that same disappointment after all the joy. Some things I want at the park is more play structures, splash pads, a cool down place, benches. We only actually have two of them for the whole neighborhood. Better lights, and you know how Andrews Park has like a dragon. It's called Dragon Park. Well, I want Shower Park to be called Alebrije Park. If you have seen the movie Coco, I think you know what I'm talking about. But they're basically mystical creatures that help you out in the afterlife.
You're okay.
Sorry. If you need help, I am in a Boy Scout troop called 897. And we can help out with the park for free, or unless you want to pay us. We're always open to the idea. But or you could just pay someone to make the alebrijes for the park. But also us kids can help out raise, we can help raise money and fundraisers. And but mostly I want this park to stand out and for everybody in the city to be proud of it. If there is anything you need help, contact me, and that is all.
Thank you so much.
My name is Erin McClure, and I really like Char Park, but I do think that it could be a bit safer for a few kids, because there is a kid that I know who got injured at the park, and I don't know how serious it was. I just know him, and it wasn't fun for him, is what he told me. And I do think there could be more benches, a splash pad, and also more shade, like a gazebo or something. And also, more trees could be good for shade as well, and they're good for the environment. And I also would like to see flatter land because there's a lot of bumps in the grass, and I think that it would be nicer to have flatter land when I go to play there, because is something that I would like to see improved in the park, because whenever I'm playing soccer with some kids or I'm playing tag with my friends, it does kind of get a bit annoying, especially since I'm allergic to grass, and it gives me hives whenever I trip over or fall. And then maybe some water fountains as well. And I'm also in Girl Scouts, and I haven't confirmed with my troop leader, but I think we would like to help as long as we can. And I would like to see more structure for kids to be able to climb on, because there's not that much of that I've seen in the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yaretsi, and my opinion about Trower Park is that it's definitely not the worst, but it's not the best park either. It just needs some improvements. For example, let's say maybe there was someone that just finished a 40-minute run, so he or she stopped at the park, but since there's not many benches, there's nowhere to sit. So maybe we can add more benches so that more people could sit down and relax. Another thing we can add to make Trower Park better is more lighting, because some kids hang out at night and it's dangerous without much light, and we want Vacaville to be a safer place. But some shade would also be nice, since soon it's going to be really warm. And so we can plant trees, which not only provides shade, but it's also really good for the environment. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hello, I'm Ariana, and I'm a 5th grader at Markham Elementary. I'm here to present ideas for Trower Park. A few things I would like to see better in Trower Park would be cleaner water, because me and my friends have experienced bugs and other things in the water. Another thing could be routine maintenance for the water fountains and play structures to keep it clean, safe, and free of graffiti. There should be adult supervised activities such as weekly movie nights, basketball practice, etc. These activities are good because a park in Los Angeles used to have homicides, but after they started the activities, the homicides stopped and the gang stopped going there. There should be more and brighter lights around the park to stay on until midnight. So if people see someone spreading graffiti or anything else, they can get a clear picture or sight, which leads to my second point, cameras. As some of you may know, there's some graffiti. So if we don't want our park to stay like this, we should put up cameras. On the walk route around the park, there should be more workout stations, any workout stations, like in Alamo Creek. Last but not least, shaded picnic areas. Shaded picnic areas are just good for some shade, would be good for people who just want to hang out in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to close public comment. Okay. And just to let you know, we just passed almost $2 million for Trower Park, so we have some exciting things coming, and I appreciate you guys all coming down. All right, we will move on to public hearings. Item 8, there is none. We'll move on to business. Mr. City Manager, 9A, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This first item before you tonight is the annual financial audit for fiscal years 2021. Our account manager, Crystal Reams, and consulting team are here tonight to make a presentation for the council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight we have a brief presentation kind of going over the results of the audit for fiscal year 2021. So we can go ahead and go through the slides. All right, so first, so my name is Brandon Young. I'm a partner with LSL CPAs. We're based out of Sacramento. This is our second year performing the audit for the city. So I believe in your packet was the annual comprehensive financial report, an audit communication letter, and then kind of the report on internal controls. So what I'll do tonight is go through the PowerPoint, which kind of covers all that, and then answer any questions about the audit process or the documents after the fact. What I'll point out initially is that the name has changed in previous years. For those of you that really pay attention to detail, it was previously called a comprehensive annual financial report. That term, the acronym was deemed to be offensive in South Africa, so they flipped the first two words, and now it's called an ACFR. Same document, nothing else changed in it. It's just what it's called, just the acronym. So we've been engaged to perform a financial audit for the city. What that means is the numbers that you're looking at in the document and the disclosures is what we are auditing and verifying as of June 30th, 2021. What we're doing is we're doing a lot of different things, but we're testing the account balances that the system has, or that the city has in their system, and that you see on the financial statements, and also considering the internal controls specific to financial reporting of the city. Basically, the internal controls are the policies and procedures they have that are intended to be designed to safeguard assets, catch any errors before the auditors come out and look at them, making sure that there are proper checks and balances in place and that people are following the procedures as the city has set. Next slide. This kind of is the overall timeline of the audit. So the interim audit this year occurred in June. The interim audit is where we're doing that internal control assessment. What we're doing is we're sitting with city staff, or this year it was done virtually, has been the last 2 years. So we're doing Zoom meetings and whatnot and sharing screens, walking through the process for transaction cycles as how they process things like cash receipts, cash disbursements, tracking grant activity, debt activity, capital assets, and making sure that what they're telling us the process is, we are verifying that that's happening and that proper approvals and reviews are occurring. What we do with that is we perform a risk assessment during the summer. As auditors, we have a lot of required procedures that we have to perform, and then there are any areas of specific risk or new funding sources. Right now, there's a lot of new funding with obviously COVID money coming in. So we need to make sure that we're testing that and assessing it and covering all of our bases during our audit process. The year-end audit occurred in November and December of this last year. That's when we're coming out and actually testing the balances that they have in the system. We're confirming bank accounts, we're asking analytical questions, we're pulling checks, we're pulling cash receipts, verifying that what we're seeing is properly supported and that it is reflected accurately in the financial statements. That culminates into the document you have in front of you that's broken up into these three sections. The introductory section being the transmittal letter written by finance and the city manager, just giving kind of an overview of the city. The financial section, which includes the audit report, MD&A, and then the statements and footnotes themselves. I always point people to the MD&A, which is the management discussion and analysis. That really is a summary of the year. That's giving you a more condensed version of kind of the results of the year and the balances versus looking at the rest of the very voluminous document. The stat section in the back is a required piece of an ACFR that when you're submitting to GFOA. It has a lot of interesting stats about the city as far as top vendors, top employers, and it's kind of a cool section to look at to kind of give you a picture of the city. Next slide, please. So the audit and our goal is really to obtain reasonable assurance. What that means is we are not forensic auditors that are looking at every single transaction that occurred throughout the year. How we determine what is enough to be tested is through analytical procedures and variance analysis and then sampling. So we are, based on account balances and overall transactions, we're sampling a portion of those. If the amount sampled, there's not anything that leads us to believe anything is wrong, then essentially that's considered testing that account. If there's something that is off, then we would sample more and kind of keep digging until we feel like we've got the correct answer. The reasonable assurance is not absolute assurance. It means the items on the document, every line has been tested and verified through various procedures, but every transaction of the year has not been looked at and has not been essentially substantiated. Next slide, please. This is just an excerpt from one of the audit letters that we get in planning. Essentially, our responsibility is to essentially express an opinion on the financial statements, which you can see, but the financial statements have been prepared by management. And this is the first year actually that Ken, Crystal, and their team prepared the document that you have in front of you themselves, as opposed to having us help assist prepare it. It's quite an accomplishment. It's a very big document that they worked really hard on. So respect to them for being able to do that. And it's a very cool thing to be able to accomplish. Next slide. As I mentioned before, internal controls, as part of our government audit, we have to gain an understanding. It's required as a yellow book audit. Essentially, it's part of our process to evidence and support kind of the opinion that's on the financial statements. Next slide, please. This one I already talked about. You can go to the next one. As part of the audit process, there's always a consideration of fraud that we have to consider. The way we achieve that during our audit is we take a sample of employees throughout the city at varying levels, entry level, management level, and then executives, and also rotate a council member each year, asking them questions to kind of get a feel for the tone of the city, the tone of the top, if they've ever been forced to do anything that they felt was unethical, if they feel that there's an open door policy with the city. A lot of times fraud is uncovered by anonymous tips. So we randomly select throughout the city just to see if the overall tone is the same, or if there are issues or areas in certain departments or with certain leaders that we need to investigate further. There was nothing that came up this year, but every year we rotate around, and sometimes there are things that come up that need to be investigated, but there hasn't been with the city in the last 2 years. Next slide. So the results, in the opinion, the city received an unmodified opinion this year, which is what you want. So the opinion letter, although it's 3 pages long, is standard audit language. There's nothing in there that is outside the norm. If there was a modified opinion, what that would mean is that there was a number or a disclosure on the financials that we were unable to verify or the city could not support. We haven't had any issues like that. So the opinion you see in front of you is the opinion that you want. Next slide, please. Additional communications in the other 2 letters that I'll briefly touch on. One is called the SAS 115 letter. If there are findings or adjustments or internal control recommendations that we have, you'll see it in this letter. There are 2 different levels. There's a material weakness and a significant deficiency. Weakness is higher and then a deficiency is a little bit lower. How we determine the level is based on either the size of the issue or kind of the quality of it. There's one deficiency this year that, without losing you in accounting talk, governments essentially are recognizing revenue for that anything received within 60 days after the year. There needs to be a reconciliation process that occurs to make sure that revenue is recognized in the proper year. One account was missed that needed to be corrected. It's been corrected on the statement. We haven't had this issue in the past. It appears to be a one-time just mistake that was made that's been rectified and shouldn't be an issue moving forward. So that's why I sent that letter. We have to put it there because it required a journal entry to correct. So it has to be disclosed in that letter. That was the only item that came up this year. The other letter talks, it's an audit communication letter. If there were ever unusual transactions, significant items that we wanted to point out, we would do it there. It's a summary of the audit process overall. You'll see a section on that letter that is like an indented paragraph that talks about estimates. The 2 significant estimates for really every government in California are the pension and the OPEB liability. What that's telling you is that those are calculated by third-party actuaries, either CalPERS or Bartel, or I forget who you guess the actuary is, but Milliman calculates the OPEB liability. What we do with it is verify that everything that needs to be in that document is included and that it's accurately reflected in the financial statements. But the numbers swing every year, as I'm sure you guys are well aware of. Rates of return on investment, changes in assumptions. So those numbers they're real numbers. They're accurate as of June 30, 2020. They're 1 year behind, but they do change back and forth, up and down, depend on how the market swings and there's changes in kind of the overall economy. But that's why they're estimates and they move back and forth. So we just point that out. If there were ever any difficulties encountered with the city as where they were not giving us information, were not forthcoming, it would be disclosed there. We've never had any issues like that, and I would not foresee that being a problem. One thing I'll point out, there's a new accounting pronouncement next year as to how leases are recorded in financial statements for anybody from the private company world. This has been implemented already on the financial accounting side. Essentially, there previously was operating and capital leases. That's going away and they're all going to be recorded the same way. So next year you'll see some new items on your financial statements. And it also impacts subscription-based software arrangements. So you'll see some new things recorded and new disclosures. As if the document wasn't long enough itself, it'll be a little bit longer. And next year we'll address that and we'll discuss it. Next slide, please. All right, so for next year, this is our plan for the 2022 audit. We do have the goal to get on track and get the document done by the end of December. With staffing shortages and COVID issues, there's just been some delays in getting it completed. But Crystal, Ken, and our team is working hard to get on track to get it done by 12/31 to submit it timely and get this presentation done quicker. So that's our tentative plan. We've had that plan for the last 2 years and things have changed, but we are optimistic this year, right? So next slide. That concludes kind of the presentation on the audit and the financials itself. So any questions about the audit process or the financial statements, myself or the finance team is happy to answer.
Great. I'm going to ask public comment. Anybody from public comment on this item? See none, I'll close it. I'll bring it back to the council. And I see Nolan. Excuse me. Or do you not want to speak? Okay, I'll clear it. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the report. It was very informative. It is a lot to go through, so I've not read it all. But I do have a question probably for Ken. On the page that talked about the principal property taxpayers for our city, I recognized Genentech as number 1, but I didn't really recognize 2, 3, and 4. So can you tell me who those companies are? Like the first one is NT Dunhill, and then GPG Finance and PW Fund. So who is that in Vacaville? It's on page 248, I think.
Sure. For some of that,
278.
For some of that, I might have to defer to our economic development director on that. For
Oh.
NT Dunhill, it's actually, from what I understand, it is an owner in the nut tree area, and that's what the NT stands for, is nut tree.
Okay. Any CPG Finance? Anyone know who that is?
And I believe CPG, I want to say, is in the biotech industry, but again, that is more assumption on my part. I'm sure Tim.
We got someone
Okay,
coming up.
thanks.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Wiley. That is correct. Dunhill is the owner of the Nut Tree Shopping Center or Plaza that they recently sold the property.
Okay. And then CPG Finance?
I believe that's yes. I'm not sure on who that is, but we can look into that.
PW Fund, ALP?
Again, that's
Okay.
also something, yeah, but Dunhill is definitely the previous owner of Nut Tree.
Okay, and then the next was Alza, and I've heard of Alza. So, okay, well, I just thought it was interesting. It was, the top 5 property tax people, and I wasn't sure who they were. So, all right, thanks.
Councilmember Ritchie.
First and foremost, I want to thank you guys. I was selected with Councilman Sullivan for the audit subcommittee and had the opportunity to hear you talk a few days ago. I was at work, so I felt like I was in the element, but it's a lot of work. I really applaud Ken and the whole crew for all the hard work, and it was exhaustive looking through it, and it was good. It was amazing to see all the detail. I addressed a question at the subcommittee meeting about Jeanette Wiley kind of talked about it a little bit, but one of the things I just wanted you guys to, you said you were already on it, but to do some financial modeling for the future. The 2 largest forms of income we have in the city are property taxes and sales tax, and we're going to talk about sales tax, kind of parlaying over measuring them later, so it's kind of fun, but property tax. And I just want to do modeling to get ready for what's coming. We are kind of in a long-term end of the cycle, and to make sure that we have modeling to make sure that you guys can do your job and plan accordingly so we can keep this well-oiled machine as a city running. With property taxes will not be this high forever, and we need to make sure that with inflation to tip over to stagflation and then we go to deflation, consumers are going to change the way they buy and go about the city. So we need to make sure that we do model for a slight reduction in property taxes revenue. And once the Fed's going to raise rates again, 7 more times, 50 basis points next month. So it's going to change the tone of consumers, and we need to kind of get ready for that. So I want to make sure that we plan ahead and have some kind of forecast modeling for what's coming. But you said you're on it, but I just, maybe I read too much stuff by myself, but I think it's important to kind of plan in the future so we can have the city function as nothing's changed.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item before you is an update on the city's development impact fee progress. Tonight we have Gwen Owens, our traffic engineer, and Typhion Rice Evans from our consulting firm of EPS. We're here to give you an update on the public review draft report that was recently published and put out there for public review. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gwen and Typhion.
We have someone coming to save you. just turned that on.
Sorry about that. I couldn't find the mouse. Gwen Owens, Public Works, and Typhan Bryce Evans from EPS. Typhan is our consultant for EPS that has basically helped the city put together our updated traffic impact fee that has not been updated since 1992. So with that, I will turn it over to Typhan.
Great, let's see, just make sure I understand how this works. There we go. Okay. Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Move over to this one. Pleased to be here to give you an update on the impact fee study. We've been working on a comprehensive impact fee study. I had a chance, I think, to provide on Zoom a little bit of an overview of impact fees and those kinds of items a couple of months ago at a study session. So I'm going to go through some of that same information somewhat quickly and then focus in on some of the results of the study. So we're going to have 7 distinct sections here, all relatively brief. We're going to talk a little bit about the purpose of impact fees, what they are, the kinds of fees that you have in your city, the public outreach that has taken place to date, the draft fee results, and then we'll talk about what's coming next in the way of city council policy issues and next steps. So stepping back, you all updated your general plan in 2015 with the idea of guiding, kind of creating an orderly guide for growth in the city. In order to serve that growth, you need a set of new infrastructure and capital facilities. And that's the need for that is laid out in your general plan. You have a very clear general plan goal, set of goals, policies, and actions, and they very specifically require that new development projects pay their own way. And the impact fee mechanism is the primary tool or a major tool in obtaining and ensuring new development funds its infrastructure and capital facilities obligations. So what is an impact fee? It is a one-time fee charged on new development. Again, it is there to mitigate the impacts of new development on the need for infrastructure and capital facilities in your city. It is all governed under the California Mitigation Fee Act. It's important to know that it does provide funding for public infrastructure and capital facilities, but cannot fund existing deficiencies in your city or pay for operations and maintenance costs. There's a broad range. California jurisdictions charge a very broad range of impact fees. I've listed several here, several of which you charge. Many of them fall under the kind of backbone infrastructure list: roadways, sewer, water. School fees is another very common fee, as well as a variety of other community facilities that can be charged impact fees in order to fund them: parks, fire, police, etc. Again, just briefly, so impact fees can pay for new improvements to serve new development. They can pay for buy-in to existing facilities by new development. And they can pay for debt service on facilities. They can also make a small contribution towards fee program administration. They cannot, again, however, pay for existing deficiencies in the city or operations and maintenance. A nexus study, so we have published a nexus study, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but a nexus study is the kind of document that ties it all together. It's required under the Mitigation Fee Act. It makes sure that the fees that you establish are legally defensible and appropriate. It ties your general plan goals and other service standards to the fee calculation, kind of drawing a connection between policy and actual fee levels. We must make a series of findings that are embedded in the nexus study for it to be adopted. And last but not least, it does establish the maximum fees you're allowed to adopt, that you are allowed to adopt fees below the maximum. Just very briefly, AB 602 was a new piece of legislation that has added a few more requirements to the Mitigation Fee Act. So the city is now posting a lot of information on its website, and there are new requirements in terms of providing information on the capital improvements we're going to fund, the service standards we're going to use to drive the fees. So back in 1992, you established your fee program. We have updated the same set of fees, police, fire, general facilities, parks and recreation facilities, greenbelt preservation, transportation, water capacity, sewer capacity, and storm drain fees. There's a series of technical consultants that have been involved. We've been working on a number of the fees under the direction of the city staff, but there are also several other consultants specialist consultants who've worked on the transportation, sewer, and water components as well. Let's see, so public outreach to date. So far, there have been 3 meetings between city staff and the 3 engineering firms that do the majority of projects in the city. The city released the public review draft of the Nexus study and supporting documentation, which there is a lot. It's published on the city's website. We did do a fee update presentation to stakeholders on April 26th, and the city is planning several more interactions and communications with stakeholders as they ask questions of us and the city staff. Okay, so fee update results to date. So again, the fee updates and the results I'm going to show you are the kind of maximum justifiable fees. You as a city council can choose to charge fees below the maximum. When you do reduce fee levels, effectively you're either saying I'm going to fund that same item with funds from other sources, or I don't need to fund. There's certain capital improvements I may not need to fund, or there's certain service standards that I'm willing to kind of reduce in order to reduce those fees. And it is also important to note that while we're focused on AB 1600 fees, which is some of the more substantial fees that developers face, developers also do pay other fees as well. There's general plan recovery fees, there's building permit fees, et cetera. So this is not all of the fees they pay. It's an important kind of subset of fees. Okay, so we're going to show you some fees and the changes between kind of the current fees and the future fees here in a second. I did want to note that these are illustrative, if you will, of a prototype fee, because we do, within the fee program, there are certain variations that can occur kind of in real life, if you will. So depending on where you are in the city, if you're developing in the downtown area, your fee is actually a bit lower than if it's outside of it. Depending on the kind of land use you are. So within commercial and industrial categories, I'm going to show you some commercial industrial fees, but depending on the kind of commercial industry you are, there are variations that we track in the Nexus study, but I'm not going to kind of show them all right here. There are other issues that also affect it, like the water fee, for example. The water capacity fee is very much tied to your water meter size, which depends on how much water you're using. So there's a number of kind of project-specific items that come up when you're trying to figure out the appropriate fee. And finally, and as a matter of kind of a technical issue, but also I think as a matter of, partly as a matter of policy preference, we understood that the city was interested in charging lower fees to smaller homes. And so we have developed a system whereby the fees on single-family homes are lower versus the ones on larger single-family homes. Okay, so just digging in, I'm going to show you a few land uses here, but right now, the existing fees that are in place, and you can see we've grouped certain improvement categories together, but basically about $45,200 per unit is the impact fee, overall impact fee for all of those different categories put together. Under the new Nexus study, we have a total of about $57,100, so that's about an increase of about 25% overall. Do want to note that those fees what we're showing you here are fees for kind of the average size units, so the units that's in the 2,000 to 3,000 square foot range. Like I mentioned, they kind of diverge as you get larger and smaller. And I think it's also worth noting, if you look at the difference column, that there are some categories that go up slightly, there's some categories that go down. I think for this particular change, the Parks and Recreation increase is the one that is the kind of drives the majority of the overall increase of the single family fees under the maximum kind of rubric that we're showing you. And just to show you on the single family size variation, this is just the kind of the 5 categories we have in terms of where there is variation between fees. So for example, if you're in category 3, what I just showed you are the fees that would apply. You're in that 2,000 to 3,000 square foot range. As you go below that into categories 2 or 1, your fees get lower. As you go above that into 4 or 5, they get higher. Okay, multifamily, here you can see a somewhat similar story to single family, apart from the increase is not as large. The overall increase is about 14%. Again, you can see some variations in increases and decreases in different kinds of fees. And again, Parks and Rec fees are the ones that predominantly are driving the increase here, these new updated fees. Moving over to commercial uses now, we do see an increase, an overall increase. This is on a kind of per 1,000 square foot basis from $16,600 per 1,000 square feet of commercial development up to $29,000 or about $30,000 per 1,000 square feet. In this case, first of all, it's important to note that the non-residential does not pay the Greenbelt or the Parks and Recreation fees, so they're not incorporated in here. The primary driver of this is the transportation fee that has gone up somewhat, has gone up significantly, I think it's fair to say, for commercial uses. Similarly, and then on the industrial, finally on the industrial one, the overall increase is smaller than some of the others. It's about a 10% increase, as you can see there. There is an increase in transportation, some decreases in others. A 10% increase is still an increase, but a more modest one than for some of the other uses. So that's a summary of that was a summary of kind of all the different outputs of all the different analyses put together, and that is captured in the Nexus study. I do know that in May 24th, there'll be another city council session where city manager and Gwen will be coming back and talking to you about some important policy decisions that you will be kind of wanting to provide input into, including the community benefit contribution fee, which is another fee that exists that there's important conversations to be had about, as well as policy issues that come up in many cities that will be important here in terms of whether any fee discounts are appropriate for infill projects, whether there are any fee incentives for target kinds of projects, and finally, the process of fee implementation. When you update your fees, you can kind of make choices about how quickly you implement those changes. And so I think those will be things that will be discussed in a couple of weeks at a later council meeting. And then finally, for this presentation, just a kind of a synopsis of next steps. So there will be that meeting on the 24th. There will then be a process of incorporating your guidance into the documents, into the work. The city does have that ongoing process I mentioned earlier of kind of answering questions of stakeholders over a period of time. At that point, once we have all the feedback and the input, we will finalize the technical document, the Nexus study. There'll be an ordinance and resolution that will be prepared. And I think the goal is to adopt the new fee program by June 30th.
And with that concludes the presentation. We're available for questions.
Great, thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment. Yeah, please come. I've already started your 3 minutes, so.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Tom Filippi, Filippi Engineering. Grateful to be in a council meeting with you live and in person. So it's good to be here again. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm here to offer a few words of encouragement to this process and a few words of frustration with this process. I do appreciate some of the things that staff has done in moving forward with this fee update. We appreciate, for example, the gradation of the fees. We're very grateful for that. That is something I have been advocating literally for the last 30 years in this community, because it has been the same fee for a 4,000 square foot house as a 1,000 square foot house. And my first home in Vacaville was 1,320 square feet, and we just don't build those homes because we've been saying to the development community, we don't want those homes in Vacaville. So I'm very, very grateful for that. I'm also grateful for some of the sensitivity analysis that Gwen has gone through and the traffic analysis. I think that is a logical and good way to look at things. I am concerned and frustrated with the lack of transparency that has occurred through this process. I've asked Jeremy Craig, the previous city manager, Aaron Bush, the current city manager, to be involved in the process as projects are being chosen for inclusion in the fee update. And it's clear from an email that I was given just yesterday that all these decisions about the fees were decided back in 2021. And we've only recently had meetings. So it's hard to make adjustments in a fee schedule when it's already been decided a year ago. So that's a bit of a concern to the development community, and we're a bit frustrated by that. I'm obviously frustrated with the fact that we haven't updated our fees since 1992. And so we're at this position, we are where we are. There were two projects included in the 1992 fee schedule that are proposed for inclusion in this fee schedule. And we're no closer to those two projects being built now than they were 30 years ago. The first one is the California Drive extension from Marshall through and across Interstate 80 all the way into Lagoon Valley, crossing Interstate 80 at a 30-degree angle, imagine that. And then the other one is the Vaca Valley Parkway extension from Browns Valley over to Gibson Canyon. Those projects in 1992 represented 19.2% of the TIF fee in 1992. They've remained in the fee schedule through these numerous years, and it's hard to know exactly how much has been paid, but theoretically, $30 to $40 million has been collected by the city of Vacaville, earmarked theoretically again for those two projects. Staff acknowledges in this recent staff report that these two projects are likely not going to be built during the time frame of this fee update.
Tom.
Yes.
I need you to wrap it up.
Holy cow. All right. So I'm concerned with that. I'm concerned with the park fees, and I'm also concerned with time limits on something this important. The park fee, tripling of the park fee is egregious when the Parks Department should be working with the development community.
And we have stakeholder meetings coming up, and we'll make sure that you're involved in that.
Well, we haven't had enough to date. That's the concern.
Appreciate it.
Just a short, Earl Hill, just a short question on the impact fees. Proportional, I mean, you gave 5 dimensions. Obviously, it wouldn't be directly proportional because I don't think costs are directly proportional. What is the proportional variation between a 2,000-foot house and a 4,000-foot house?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
We actually did, we evaluated local data for Vacaville and Solano County for how many persons were in each household size based upon square footage. I can provide, if I can get your information after this, I can provide you the memo and all of the detail. It's just a lot of detail that we did probably more than a year ago, and it took us a lot of going back and forth to make sure that we were statistically significant and that we could actually justify that. So
great. Okay. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Councilmember Silva.
Thanks for the report or update exactly, or more exactly, sorry. Just two things. I think it would be helpful to put it in like when we're talking about data and changing fees, to maybe put it in context of some current or previous projects that we implemented, and then evaluating the pros and cons of each significant policy change that we're being asked to consider. So, thanks.
And I have Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions here. Thank you. Great presentation. Long time coming, and I'm glad you're here. So thank you so much. A couple random, just kind of questions. So the first question I have, and I know we didn't address this tonight, and it's actually not included in the attachment here, but how do the fees for the city, the diff for the city, how does that interplay with the fees for schools? Like, where's that connection point? What connection do they have, if any? Kind of where, if any, connection point does council have about school fees as well as the city side of the developer fees?
I turned your mic on.
So the city, the school district fees are not under your control, right? They are set through a different process by the school districts, and the actual levels they can be stated by the state, set by the state. So there's not a lot of wiggle room for the city there, or even for the school district. There are certain things the school district can do to try to request a higher level of fee. There's a couple of preset fees, but they don't really kind of come together other than the fact that the developer has to pay both of them. So they kind of end up as part of the cost burden, but they're separate because they're tied to, through the school district rather than through the city.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions here. So there were some interesting pieces in the handout, and it talked a little bit about encouraging infill development and some infill kind of pieces there. So can you kind of walk us through the kind of giving bonuses or kind of giving incentives for certain types of housing? So infill, for example, or if we wanted certain types of housing or other types of housing versus just square foot, is there an additional layer of that as well? So if we wanted smaller homes, but also infill, is it kind of a double? How do those two interplay?
So basically, currently right now, we have the 5 different gradations of the square footage. We will be coming back on the 24th to talk about infill for, potentially our priority development areas, which is the downtown, and then also the Lattice Allison PDA. As part of that discussion, one of the policy directions that we want is, are there target products that you want to give fee reductions for? Additionally, as part of this whole process, we are going to be requesting policy direction on would the council like to get rid of the community benefit district, because there are certain reasons why that was actually developed, because there were police and fire needs at the time. Those needs, Fire Station 75 has been built, the loans on the police expansion have been completed, and we've incorporated all of the improvements into the fee program, so staff doesn't see a need for that. So those will be things that we're coming back on the 24th. We just didn't want to necessarily combine them with this meeting because there was a lot of information.
Great.
And we want to have an active discussion at the next city council meeting.
Okay, it sounds like you may have answered my next couple questions. So that was my next, is how do we encourage condos, townhomes, and PUDs? We have no inventory in Vacaville. We vitally need it, in my opinion. A great starter option or a downsize option for families. So looking forward to that conversation. Also infill, and I'm less concerned about specific zones and more concerned about just within the district bounds of the city. Any infill, in my opinion, is good practice. I guess my last question, or 2 more questions, I'm sorry. Do we have any ability to also, and this will probably come next meeting, so I'm probably getting ahead of myself again, any ability to factor in, let's say, senior housing or subsidized housing or low-income housing? Can that also, the type of housing, is that also something the fees can consider, or is that something that will be on the table next meeting?
So basically, what the fee study is what the maximum fee the city can actually charge. City council can make policy decisions if there are certain product types like senior housing that you want to encourage, or some other type of product that might bring a benefit like jobs to the city, like a biotech or something like that. So those are decisions that you will have to be able to make in the next meeting for us to be able to finalize what our fees are.
Awesome. And I guess my last question, just kind of doing the math, it's about 10,000 between the lowest level proposed tonight and kind of the next. Is that enough, I guess? And so if we really want to get these certain housing types, we're really serious about it. I know Mr. Felipe said that developers will be super interested, and I'm excited they are, but on a 100-track project or a 200-track project, is that enough to incentivize the types we want? I'm sure you guys have done copious amounts of study on that, but that was the only question kind of popping out of, like, is that a deep enough discount for those housing prices? How do you know, or how do you have an educated guess? I assume you study a variety of different cities and their fees, and that's kind of what come up with the data, but how are you sure that will be a pretty good attractant to building the types of housing that we want? if we want smaller housing?
It's a great and a difficult question in many ways. So first off, just to be clear, because excuse me, under the Mitigation Fee Act, we have to have a kind of a rationale for there has to be a kind of link between demand for services and the fee scale. So the reason the gradation works in your case is we were able to find kind of, smaller, on average, it's not always going to be the case, right? But smaller homes have fewer people, less demand, and that helps create the gradation. I think this is a conversation we've had with a lot of cities, and I think the answer, unfortunately, is it depends. There are some cities where there is a lot of room at certain times in the real estate cycle to, increase fees, and it's not really felt. There are other times in the cycle where you can take fees down to zero, and you're still not seeing a lot of development because there are other factors that matter. So I think what we're really doing is we're adjusting. It's just one cost component for a developer, right? But we're reducing it so that those projects that are kind of on the edge, they're not the ones that will never pencil under any circumstances, but would pencil otherwise. We're kind of nudging them forward. So it's hard to say there's a guarantee there, but certainly you could look at. I think, like you're intimating, we can look at the reduction we're getting through the size, and then if you wanted to, right, you could go a little bit further and do a little bit more. Exactly how it all plays out with all these things going on is a little bit hard to guarantee, but it's kind of an incentive program. You balance against, we get a little less money for certain things, but we incentivize some development we want.
Got it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information. The first question is sort of like Councilmember Sullivan's. So in the presentation, there's single-family homes, and there is a gradation there, and then we had multifamily homes. So my question was, is the same per unit fee on a condo or a duplex as like the senior housing that we just built?
So multifamily doesn't have the same gradation because we couldn't find a statistically significant link. So the unit, depending upon, for transportation, whatever the unit is, whether it's, 700 or 800 square feet, it'll be the same.
I don't mean size. I mean, here's my two duplex. I'm building a duplex over here, and here's an apartment building that has, 58, 85 units. So is that the same per unit fee?
So typically, and this is probably one of the things that we need to work out since we've gone to the gradation, is previously a duplex would be charged as 2 single families, because my understanding is you have to have, it's either 3 or 4 units for it to be considered multifamily. So that would be a definition of how we determine how we're going to charge that. And that's probably a nuance to this particular gradation that we have to look at.
All right, and so we've also been improving, market rate apartment buildings and affordable apartment buildings. So that is not determined yet? Is that what you're saying, that whether they would be the same or different?
So for the apartment buildings, whether they're market rate, if it's affordable housing, and somebody might have to jump in to help me on this, there might be other pots of money that helps them with their fees, and maybe Aaron can jump in on this because I'm out of my league a little bit.
Sure, thank you, Gwen. So, Councilmember Wiley, so whether the project is designated as affordable units or market rate units, attainable units, that doesn't affect the value of the impact fee that's collected. As Typhoon mentions, our impact fee are cause and effect driven. So it's really the use that dictates that. And so in most fee programs, you will see rates established for single family. You'll see opportunities for rates for attached single family, depending on the number of units attached, which is a 3-plex, 4-plex, 6-plex, as Gwen was mentioning. And then there's also yet another rate for multifamily attached. And those are all sliding scales based on the impact and the demand for services. So typically, those numbers get smaller depending on the size of the unit. So but whether they're affordable or not does not change the price.
Thanks for that information. And then the other thing I would just like some clarification on, as Mr. Filippi mentioned, some projects started way back and, are not done yet. Some of the projects that we're approving are just now getting built, but they were approved in like 2013 or something. So at what point does the fee impact get set?
So basically, when we started this process, we used a 2035 land use. And during the process, we realized that that 2035 land use wasn't necessarily the most appropriate because in what was assumed to be built for 2035 in some areas had already been built. So what we decided to do was we decided to go to a build out minus the northeast area. The northeast area is Midway, Meridian, and I-80, that area in there, only because the amount of infrastructure that would be needed would make the fees cost prohibitive. So the estimated time frame on when the build out minus the northeast area would happen is probably about like 2055. That's the time frame that we are estimating. And when we have projects, what ends up happening is we can't put money in each specific project because then we would never build anything, or we'd be holding back a significant amount of money. So we collect fees and then we build a project like, Jepson Parkway Phase 1. We also got some grant funding for that. And now that we have money for Phase 2, we're getting ready to work on, doing improvements for Phase 2.
That didn't exactly make it clear for me. So if I'm a developer and I say I want to develop this, like there's like Foxborough Knolls we had in the consent calendar tonight, and they're doing the dirt work. Have they already set the impact fees? At what point does the impact fee get set for a project?
So for basically the way we're set up here is when you pull a building permit, that's when you actually pay your impact fees. One of the things that we're going to talk about policy-wise in 2 weeks is when do we implement the fees? So provided that it's approved in June, 60 days later, we can actually immediately implement the fees. But do we want to do that? Do we want to phase it in? Do we want to pick a date in the future? Because honestly, for developers, it's all about certainty. And when you add in uncertainty, it makes it more difficult for them to be able to move forward with their projects. If you give them more time, they have time to accommodate, adjust, and figure out what they're going to do.
All right, so when building plans are submitted is when they pay their impact fees?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Aaron, did you?
Yeah, if I could just add a little bit of clarification and some additional information on this. So we have been out of time, or we've been out of practice on our fee updates for a long time now. And just recently, we've started doing the practice of doing an annual report that you've seen for the past few years. And the AB 1600 law requires that we do a 5-year report as well. And so those practices are all intended to make sure that once you update your fee program and you get all the new infrastructure and all the services and programs that are to be financed through AB 1600, you are checking in every year. And as Gwen mentioned, you're paying, especially for example with traffic fees, those go into a large bucket and as we collect money and the council is prioritizing, projects, new development projects, private development projects are building, and there's corresponding infrastructure that needs to be built with that. Those funds are then pulled out to go with that corresponding, with the needs, if you will. So by updating that fee every 5 years, looking at it and rebalancing it and retooling it, that's how we make sure that we're, reflecting the accurate needs to meet the vision that's established in our general plan. And so to Mr. Filippi's point about some of those roadways, those 2 particular roadways, those have been included once again because they are still identified in our general plan. Now, admittedly, it has been a long time since those roads have been in there, and there is questions whether or not those continue to be necessary or not. And we can certainly bring that back as part of our May 24th conversation to give the council some information on that. But that's the vision, and that's the general plan. And so as Typhoon mentioned, the entire fee structure has been based on the vision that is established in the general plan. And if that vision changes, and if those demands for infrastructure improvements change because the general plan has changed, then we go back and update our fee schedule accordingly. But that gives the development community the predictability that they're looking for because it's there. And so then that helps us identify, and what we're hoping to do as part of the policy discussion is bring back to you some of those important key things but also about the timing, because, you know, something that's very important for a builder is cash flow. You know, when you're starting a new subdivision, it's very cash rich, and you need a lot of capital outlay. And you're not recovering any of those costs for all the subdivision improvements and infrastructure until you're actually getting home buyers for those products. And so instead of requiring that fee at building permit issuance, there's the discussion opportunity to put that at occupancy. And so there's a lot of moving pieces here, and so we appreciate the opportunity to share this with council and the stakeholders group. And we'll look forward to having additional conversation at your next meeting on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Ritchie.
Oh, first of all, I say thank you. I appreciate the comments and staff and the stakeholders like Tom. I mean, being passionate and kind of brings. I feel like we're listened to in regard to the fees. So I was excited about it. I was at work, actually talked to Tom about some of the diff fees, and mutually exclusive. There's some fees I was not want to touch because later date. But the awesome part is the reduction in the diff when it comes to the multifamily. So I can answer your question. It's like it's 1 to 4 units residential. So it takes 5 units under Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to be commercial. So after 5 units becomes multifamily development. So you could build a 2-unit townhome and it's residential. So the fees would stay on the residential side. 3 to 4 units stays on the residential side. 5 units goes into the multifamily commercial space. So that's where the way that the fee would slide. And there's no difference if it's a attached common area for a condo project. It's all about the square footage of the individual lot that when they pull the permits. So it's really important that we kind of nailed it on the individual cost per unit of residential and commercial. It's like $600 per square for every 1,000 feet, I think. I remember. And then when it goes to the residential side, that's one portion of the fees. The other portion is you're going to have the pulling the permits. The cost of permits also is pretty expensive. So the diff is special and it helps out. But anything we can do to make sure that developers want to come to Vacaville, like I made another comment during the housing strategy, like developers in the city can't force someone to love you. You can't force developers to get in a relationship with the city of Vacaville and come here and to build houses. They have to be mutually beneficial. They have to want to engage in business here and find a beneficial reason. They're here to make money, but also provide awesome service. So, I mean, lowering the diff for units, but we have to make it very clear. If you build houses back to 1,000 square feet, 1,500 square feet, there'll be economic benefit, and the demand is here for it. We just have to make it available through the diff reduction and I'm talking about the permits, because they will build it if it's possible, but they're not going to build a house on a 4,000 square foot lot, 1,500 square feet at the same cost, 4,000 square foot lot with a median density at the same cost to build a 4,000 square foot. Like, they'll build it to the walls. So they're in it for the money, but also provide a service. So we have to show them, you guys, you can do it and still make the same profit margin. So, I mean, if we want the housing to reflect our new growing desire in the city for smaller housing per square foot, we need to make sure they understand how they engage with the city. And I think the diff fee reduction for the 1 to 4 units, attached or detached, is really important. I think it's great.
Thank you. Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole tonight because we're going to talk about the next meeting, but I am very interested in the duplex, triplex, kind of discussion and what latitude as a council we have or don't have, and kind of how we can encourage more or less of that. The other question I have that I don't necessarily need answered tonight, but maybe we can talk about it next time, and maybe it's not even relevant or part of this discussion, is where do ADUs fit into all this, and kind of is there a separate fee on that, or could there be, or could there not be? The two questions I do have, maybe for the city manager or maybe the team. Is it the update cycle 5 years? Is that what you said? So every 5 years we review, or is that like ideally where we want to get to?
So you do an annual report, and then every 5 years you do a bigger sweep, not a comprehensive update like we're doing as part of this process, but it's generally coordinating your fee program with your 5-year CIP program to make sure that we're still on track.
Okay, and is this like a once in a 10-year, once in a 20-year thing that we're doing now, or what would the cycle be on a comprehensive?
Ideally, this should have been a part of that 5-year cycle, but
so
because it's been so long,
you don't have to do
correct.
Okay.
And the only caveat to that is that if the city experiences significant growth, right, and we expand and our general plan grows by leaps and bounds, then you would do an update. And much like you would see with the Northeast Growth Area, that will require its own kind of fee study when we get to that point in time.
Okay. And then my next question, I'm not sure if this is for either one of you guys too. So like, let's say you've got permitted units already on deck, you've got a 500 unit, build in Bandon Meadows or wherever, and we release this amazing new fee schedule, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, I could build smaller. Can folks come back and change plans, or once you're locked in, or like, is there an opportunity for places where we have big unaffordable homes now? Could those developers come back, change their plans for a lower fee, or are they pretty much locked in?
I wish there was a simple answer for that, because there's a lot of moving pieces with that, because you have approved final maps, you have subdivision improvement agreements and all that. So the answer is that we can certainly talk to folks about that. And then it also depends on where it's located, and what kind of governance controls they have, because some of those projects are bound by development agreements, which say that this is what they're building. So there's a lot of moving pieces there, but if there's an opportunity for that kind of conversation, we'll certainly have it.
Okay, yeah, I know it's just every plan we've gotten so far has been approved by a council prior to me, or prior to all of us. And so it's frustrating sometimes because it's not necessarily the housing type we prefer. I get the market is the market, it's no one's fault, it is what it is. But it'd be great if developers want to work with us and say, hey, we could save some money and actually build housing stock that the residents of Vacaville need, and maybe we can kind of re-engineer some of these deals. And I think every time we have a housing plan come up, you hear the same comments from a couple of us, frustrated with the size and the cost and the scope. It'd be great if maybe some of those pre-existing kind of permitted plans could actually come back to the drawing board and build some units that our residents can afford. So thank you, very, very informational. I appreciate the time.
The final comment from me, I would like to say, as a representative of the city of Vacaville, of course, I want all the fees. I want all the money. Developers want them to pay their fair share. However, the items that Mr. Filippi brought up tonight make it sound like we're not being transparent. And he has brought it to my attention in years past, and I haven't had conversation with Aaron, so I absolutely want you to bring those items back. I want to talk about them. I want to expose them and say, hey, I get that we decided that we were going to build something, but if we're not, then we got to strike that and move somewhere else, because if something changed, as I've sat up here over the years, lots of things have changed. And although I love those fees, I'd love to have that money for the city of Vacaville, I also want to be transparent and be fair and not just collect fees on something that's never going to happen. So if we can bring that back, I would appreciate it. With that, we will move on to item 9C, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This next item is an award of contract for Jepson Parkway Phase 2. Tim Burke, our Assistant Director of Public Works, is here to make a presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, City Council members. As Aaron said, my name is Tim Burke. I'm the Assistant Director of Public Works. I'm here to present the award of contract for the Jepson Parkway Phase 2 SID relocation project. Wanted to do just a very brief overview of Jepson Parkway. Jepson Parkway concept was a joint effort with the Solano Transportation Authority and various cities, including Vacaville, Fairfield, Suisun City. And what it is a 4-lane arterial roadway that connects I-80 to State Route 12. And it connects it through Leisuretown Road, Bandon Road, Cement Hill Road, and then I believe Walters Road finally makes the connection to State Route 12. Shown here is a depiction of this 4-lane arterial. It's going to have wide paths for walkways. It'll have additional bike lanes, has landscaping on both sides, and we'll have landscape medians. Shown here is our first phase of Jepson Parkway that was completed in 2019. This was a 3-mile stretch from Elmira Road all the way to the city limits near Fairfield. We widened Leisuretowne Road and Vanden Roads to a 4-lane facility. We had widened sidewalks on the west side and landscape medians. Construction costs in that project were $27 million. So now we're coming up on Jepson Parkway Phase 2, where we're going to take off where we left off before at Elmira Road and widen Leisuretowne Road north up to Ulatis Creek. Again, it's going to be a 4-lane facility, and with a median and widened sidewalk on the west side. Although this stretch here is much smaller, it's only about a mile, and our overall project budget is about $19 million. So the award of contract tonight is kind of like a subset of this Jepson Parkway Phase 2, because what we need to do is there's a SID irrigation canal that runs along the east side of Leisuretowne Road, and to widen the project, we need to relocate that further east. And so shown in the picture here, once we can relocate the irrigation canal east, then we'll have enough room to do the widening project, to relocate, also to relocate our overhead facilities. And we're going to be doing that in conjunction with the widening project. So the award of contract today is just for the canal relocation. So again, it's kind of a subset. It has to happen first before we do the next phase of Jepson Parkway. We advertised the project in March. We opened bids in late April. We received these 2 bidders, and the low bid was to Gateway Pacific Contractors out of Sacramento, California, at $4,118,000, which was 99% over the engineer's estimate. So we certainly don't like to have engineers' estimates that are, half of what the low bid is. We were very concerned with it. And so not only our engineering staff, we got with our engineers at SID, and we got with our consulting engineer, GHD, that, okay, why so much? And so right now, construction costs, you probably heard a lot about construction costs just really kind of going through the roof. And I think that's what happened here. And so, we also reached out to contractors, and they're discussing about the supply chain for materials are very, the supply chain is very distressed. Cost of cement has gone up, which has caused the cost of concrete to rise. Also, iron is really high, so the steel reinforcement, ductile iron pipe, all those things have really kind of shot through the roof, along with plastic pipe. Also, the cost of trucking with gas prices going up, the cost of trucking has gone up. And then finally, one other reason why we believe that the price was much higher is that we had 2 bidders. And at the time we were advertising, we had many people who pulled plans, who purchased plans to bid on the project, and a number of them dropped out. They were just too busy. So one of the options that we have at our disposal is to rebid the project. But that comes with a number of number of things that we really don't want to do. So there's really no guarantees that it's going to be lower if we rebid the project. And we might lose interest from the bidders that we did have. But the most important thing is schedule. So relocating the canal has to happen first. Once we do that portion of the project, then we can bid the project for the roadway widening. Now, funding for that roadway widening, we have $10.7 million in OBAG 2 and State Transportation Improvement Program money, and that has a deadline. We need to get that project out to bid in January of 2023, or we, have the possibility of them taking that funding. So that's the last year of when this funding is available. It's kind of like a set of dominoes. When we are able to relocate the canal, that can only happen during a certain time period for SID because they're still providing water to farmers. And so they have a shutdown period during fall and early winter where we'll be able to, once we construct the new canal, do the final construction work to transfer it over to the new canal. That can only happen during this time period. And so if we rebid the project, we have the possibility of missing that window, and we would have to wait a full another year. So once we do the work and transfer the canal to the new canal, SID will transfer their old property to us. We can certify to Caltrans we have the necessary right-of-way to widen the road and to relocate overhead utilities. Then the city can go ahead and move forward with bidding the Phase 2 project. Therefore, our recommendation by simple motion is for the City Council to approve the project plan, special provisions, and working details, award the contract to the low bidder, Gateway Pacific Construction, in the amount of, Gateway Pacific Contractors in the amount of $4,118,000, and authorize the city manager and his designee to execute the said contract. I know I kind of went over that quickly. I'm here to answer any questions you have. We also have our engineering consultant who designed the plans here, GHD. They can answer some questions, and I believe we have a representative from the contractor.
Great, thank you, Mr. Burt. I'll open it up public comment. See no public comment. Close. Bring it back to the council. Councilmember Silva.
Quick question, so I want to kind of make sure the engineers came for something. Engineering question, maybe related to safety as well. Just curious, are there ever efforts to where they just cover up a canal so the canal will run under surface, walkable surface or drivable surface?
Great question.
I'm sorry, I'll get your mic. I apologize.
Okay.
We want people to hear you. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members of the council. Thank you for hearing us out today. Good question, council member. That actually was studied and was originally the preferred option for the relocation of this irrigation canal. After some back and forths with the developer and city's planning department, we had determined that this was the most cost-effective and schedule-effective improvement to proceed. with the design which the city had directed my firm, GHD, to proceed with the open channel design midway through our project of the road widening.
That was before you got the bids though, right?
That was absolutely before we got the bids.
We also, the SID preferred to have an above-ground facility. And so they really.
Do they want to kick in 2 million?
No, they don't. They would prefer us not to widen the road.
Got it.
Thank you. So just another question, and I don't know, I know the plans are kind of been laid out, zoning's been laid out, but it really gets to me, respectively, that there's no way for us to, you know, we're expanding this road to increase traffic, you know, so you have, you know, maybe a bypass from 80 or just, you know, folks going back and forth, but it really would be nice to figure out a way to work in some commercial type of property to where people can kind of pull off and, you know, kind of a way to kind of reinvest the cost. The way I kind of see it, whether people agree with me or not, like with the additional federal funding, we're paying $4.1 million to expand it. And I know a lot of residents out there get, you know, it's something that bottlenecks. So I think it's something a lot of residents are looking forward to in that respect. So thank you all.
Okay, Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so my question, so I'm a little unclear on a couple different things. What dollars are paying for the bulk of this project, or what is the actual funding source?
So we have $10.7 million in state and federal money. We have STA is kicking in part of their regional transportation impact fees, and we have our own transportation impact fees. So for the overall project, we are going to use local dollars for this SID relocation portion.
Okay. And then my other question is, and I just couldn't tell based on the way that the kind of presentation was mapped out, why couldn't we move the canal, have PG&E do their thing, and then wait for, I don't know, a year or two or three to see what happens, or could we do that?
Okay, good question. I apologize. The rub with doing that is that the federal dollars, the 10.7, have a time limit on it. And that time limit is January of 2023.
Okay.
And that we have to get authorization to bid the project.
And that's the remaining balance of the 10.7, or that's, like, have we already used some of that 10.7 for the other sections?
We haven't used it yet. And,
okay.
And this is for this section.
Right.
From Elmira Road to Lattice Creek.
Okay. So this temp is specifically for this section?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so we don't have any way to move that elsewhere or kind of switch things around?
Right, right.
Okay. I think that's the bulk of my questions. I mean, just, that's a really expensive mile and a half.
It is. It is. Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you.
Or Vice Mayor, sorry.
No worries. With the discrepancy, what was the timeline between the engineer's estimate and the bids?
Thank you. So we updated our bids on every milestone to the city and Public Works Department. So we turned in our plans, I believe it was early April. And at that time, we were using historical data. And just so happens that the market conditions we're in with the supply chain issues, you know, us engineers don't have the benefit of calling those suppliers and say, hey, what's going on? What are you going to quote the contractors for this price? We can just go on recent open bids. And those numbers that we provided are very consistent with history, just with the supply chain issues and the current state of the market, timing of the actual award of the bid, all play into factors on what we see opening day.
Okay, and yeah, you guys only received the 2 bids, but you said how many actually pulled the plans?
I believe we had 5 general contractors pull plans. We had 6 contractors purchase plans, and one of them was a subcontractor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you. So I appreciate the report, and I'm excited about this project. I just kind of actually want to answer Councilman Sullivan's question in regards to time and just, you know, I'm a proponent. I'm very positive. But, like, I want us to go. That progress and time waits for no man. And we keep on punting stuff down the road, stuff never gets done. So we got to step up and take care of business. And do we need to do, like, we can't keep delaying projects to do more studies, more. You have to take action. At some point, you can't keep on strategizing. This is a very important part, is understanding how business works. It's kind of chicken before the egg. We have to do this first. We have to move the ditch first, bury the lines to allow the road to be widened. That section will be widened from that intersection to there. There is the Alamo Park development going in. Then once we complete that, there's development literally waiting to have the second section of Jessup Parkway finished to 80 Freeway to allow the development to be simultaneously done at the Green Tree. They've been waiting a long time, so if you guys will talk to them about it, please, I'll give you some numbers. But they need to make sure that it all works together. So if you think too small, you won't see the big picture. So we got to come together and start thinking about the bigger picture of this. Everything costs money. I mean, we can kind of complain, and everything costs money. It's just kind of my office will tell you, but I mean, things cost money. We got to get it done. But overall, this is what we have to get done. There will be commerce. Once we complete the far end of Jefferson Parkway, there's going to be amazing development at the new Green Tree development. That's going to butt right against the other commercial space we have, and it's going to be just kind of a natural congruent flow of commercial to residential to mixed use apartments and renting in Green Tree. And then you're going to have other portion of land. Pretty excited about what the church about will be doing pretty soon. It's all going to come together. You just have to have the vision and start the process. So let's do it.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. I had Green Tree on my list too. I see us getting very close to that section, and I know that we're going to get a lot of public feedback with that because of the traffic. I know it has been a huge topic with Green Tree. So I'm confident that staff is aware of that and working to make sure that we're doing that correctly. So what is the probability of additional funding to complete the remainder of the project? And can some of these funds be held over for future sections if we don't use all of them?
Right. No. So there are additional, federal funds that we will be reaching out and trying to obtain those funds. But they've already started the OBAG 3 cycle and started looking at projects for that. But that's why they're trying to close out this OBAG 2 money. And we have looked into trying to stretch this money out, and they've got a hard date to get the funds obligated, which once they're obligated, we need to go out to bid. And so it would be, for future phases, we will be looking for additional funding from the federal government, from the state, and maybe something from STA to help us continue like they have on the first phase and on this phase. But the funding that's set there right now, that's why we have the hard date, is we're in this kind of pickle in that we've pushed it to the very limit.
Okay. And I think I'm inclined to support this because I think it's important. I think we need to use the money. My next question is, what is the timeline for our sections to be complete? In the grand scheme of things, when do we anticipate, what year do we anticipate that we're going to hit the freeway?
So the portion between the freeway and Orange Drive is already widened, and the bridge right at Horse Creek that goes through there is also widened. So that little section is good. It's just along the frontage of Green Tree. And so that section, and then the little gap between Green Tree and where this will end, we'll need to do. So it's really going to be development driven because we're going to need a lot of right of way from Green Tree. And so when that process kicks off, that'll be kind of the significant driver for it.
Okay. And then my last question is, what are other cities' timelines? It wasn't that long ago that we had wildfires, and people in at Travis Air Force Base, Southtown, Leisure Town, people are evacuating their homes, and they're bottlenecked on the future of Jefferson Parkway. So what are the timelines for Fairfield to get to Vanden Road and some of these areas where we had the worst bottlenecks,
Right.
you know, during that crisis, those fires?
I'm going to have to check on that, but I do believe that next phase in Fairfield will bring it to the city limits. And so I think that is their next phase that they're going to be looking at. I know that they're trying to get enough funding for it. So I'm hopeful that that's going to be pretty soon. I know
Yeah,
that
'cause it would be great to, you know, not go 2 more fire seasons before we have something there to make sure that our citizens have a safe passage to get out of town if they need to.
Understood.
Thank you for the presentation.
Councilmember Wiley.
So on the one photograph you showed of the canal being moved, it was an actual photo. And so south of that, the canal was already moved. So is that in like phase 1? And then, so my question is, once we move that, which is only like a mile, just a little bit over a mile, is there another piece north of that, or does the canal turn? So this will be the last time we have to relocate a canal?
So if you look at the title of the project, it's one canal and then I think it's lateral BB. So there's a canal between up to Hawkins Road, and then that canal turns down Hawkins. There's also a smaller canal that goes from Hawkins to approximately Ulatis Creek. And so we're moving both of them. And then, but after that, there are no more canals.
And then you said that we will have the right of way with SID, so we don't have to work with those landowners to move that or anything, is that correct?
We've already worked with those landowners to acquire enough property to relocate the canal.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
And I wanted to thank you, Mr. Burke. You know, you've always impressed me for many, many years over there. Your knowledge is great. Every time I talk to you, you're up to date on everything, and I appreciate it. Great presentation. And I don't want this to sound negative at all, because I know that you're frustrated just as much as I'm frustrated. So, but I'm just going to say it. It's frustrating to say, hey, overspend, and the timeline's gone, basically, and we all, and I think this whole council wants Jefferson Parkway to go through.
Yes.
Or, you know, lose millions of dollars, so spend extra millions of dollars or lose millions of dollars, and that's frustrating. And I know it's frustrating for you and your department. But I just wanted to get that off my chest, because it puts us in a spot where we're like, okay, you know, let's move forward and, you know, below $2 million per, you know, basically. Because we don't have a timeline to say, hey, maybe there's another option. And I know you're frustrated, again, and your department's probably frustrated with that. My only, I guess, question was, I swear that we were going to start 2022 Jefferson Parkway expansion. We had the monies, we had the grant monies, we had the STA monies. So that just kind of slid behind, and
It did slide behind. Last year, we were planning to move the canal. Mm-hmm. And so a combination of redesigns for the SID canal, relocation, some of the changes, like the gentleman from GHD said, was at one point we were looking at undergrounding it, and it was above ground. And so some of those factored into the project sliding. Additionally, when we were going to go out to bid last year, we had started checking on the availability of some of the facilities that we were going to need to put in for SID, and they were not going to be available, and we were going to miss that window. So we go, oh, the best thing to do is to go ahead and miss that window. Let's make sure that we, get it out to bid in springtime of 2022, and make sure we hit that window. And it's, again, it was, all the dominoes had to be lined up just right. And so, would have it been cheaper earlier this, in 2021, I'm not positive on that.
Well, again, I thank you and your staff. You guys are doing a
I
fantastic
appreciate the
job.
compliment.
I know
Thank
you're
you.
frustrated, just like we all are up here. But with that, thank you for your presentation. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to item 9D, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item for you is an update on the audit of the city's police department. We have tonight to help with the presentation, Deputy City Manager Georgianne Beggersmith, Chief Ian Schmutzler, and representatives from the OI group who is doing the audit. So with that, I'll turn it over to Georgianne.
You being mean?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight we have a brief presentation for you on the status of the police department audit and some proposed additions to the scope of work. We have Michael Janacco from OAR Group here and Chief Schmutzler. So we'll provide an update on what's been done to date, and Mr. Janacco will remind everyone what the original scope of work is, and we'll also share some proposed additional topics that can be added to the scope of work. And while there's no action required tonight, we are hoping that we'll get some feedback from you on those additional areas to add. So a quick update on what's been done so far. In September 2021, we entered into an agreement with OAR Group to provide a comprehensive audit of the Vacaville Police Department. And getting right into the process, OAR Group did observe an off-site Vacaville Police Department training day and began their document gathering, which is a huge part of the assessment. And then in November, OAR began interviews with city staff from a variety of departments, members of the Social Justice Collaborative Group, and third-party investigators. So now I'll hand it off to Mr. Janacco to cover the original scope of work. He'll also expand on some of the work that's already been done and the areas that we're considering to add to the scope.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. See some familiar faces. I was able to meet many of you in November and then follow on with subsequent conversations. We had an opportunity at that time to also, in a gap in this 2+ years of virus, there was a little lull in November of 2021 before Omicron hit us. And we were able to do a 2-day site visit and really had an opportunity to learn a lot about the issues that people wanted us to look at as part of this audit, and got an introduction for us, for the city. The initial scope of work was created by city leadership, and we had some input before we signed our contract, but essentially it remained unchanged. And here is the list of the initial subtopics that we were asked to take a look at with regard to the police department and the functions of the police department. There's nothing unusual on this list. I think this list is consistent with many of the other audits we've done for other cities and counties in the state of California. And these are the kinds of topics that are important to your public, important to your community, and important to ensure that the police department is functioning consistent with industry standards. However, pursuant to your request when we met with you all virtually last year, one of the ideas, which we thought was a thoughtful idea, was to have an initial site visit, and during that site visit, solicit ideas, suggestions, and proposals for other areas of the police department functions that also might be incorporated into our scope of work. And the feedback that we received from the individuals that the Deputy City Manager mentioned was very helpful to help us formulate additional areas of inquiry. And this slide includes 11 additional areas based on our visit, based on conversations we had after our visit, based on our discussions with the police department, with the city family, with elected officials such as yourselves, and the social justice group. These are the areas that were suggested that we also take a look at. I won't go over them in any great detail, but these also are areas in which we have experience in looking at for other departments and are, I think, well situated to take a look and see how the department performs in each of these functions, each of these subtopics, and then to the degree that we have any recommendations for improvement, to offer recommendations for improvement. We're here today to receive any feedback from council. We also spent today, my colleague is here, Stephen Connolly, who's in the audience, who spent 2 days here talking with the police department, collecting more documents, figuring out who the person most knowledgeable in the police department is for future conversations and future acquisition of materials that we will need to complete our auditing. There is also, again, at the request of this body, an interest in having a focused community forum. There is a consultant that will be working on that community forum, and I think we have a tentative date in June to have that forum. It's also tentative that it'll be both in person and hybrid, so that as many people who want to participate in that forum are able to participate. And certainly our audit will be educated by the feedback we get in that community forum. So I think the planning of the city is been thoughtful in the sense that we had an initial scope. We then had a site visit. We were on the ground for 2 days. We learned additional topics that, in our view, should be covered. They seem to be worthy topics of coverage. And then finally, your community will have an opportunity to also weigh in on other ideas, other thoughts, and we will certainly be part of that process and learn what your community has to say. So if there are additional areas of focus that your community wants us to take a look at when we conduct this comprehensive audit of your police department, their voices will be heard. We'll incorporate those and proceed accordingly. And then finally, the final step will be later this summer to collect all this information, prepare and present the final report to this body. It will include our observations, our findings, and our recommendations. Don't have much to say substantively at this point since we are still in the fact gathering phase, but we are optimistic about this project in one regard, and this is an important regard. Up to now, we have received nothing but complete and total cooperation from your city leadership, from your leader of your police department. There was an interim chief when we were here in November, but we had a chance to meet your current chief when he was a captain. And since he's assumed the helm, we also have received nothing but total cooperation. And really, for us to do a thoughtful and insightful report, the most important thing we need is unfettered access to materials and unfettered access to people that work in the police department. And on both counts, we've had nothing but cooperation, and we expect that that will continue. That is all I have at this point, but certainly available for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to public comment. I see nothing from the public. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to Councilmember Silva.
All right, thank you. Good to meet you in person again. So one thing maybe just to add to this, or if it's appropriate for council, is to just look into the community engagement and maybe any recommendations on how we can better highlight that level of community engagement, highlight the positive things that are going on. So that's just my recommendation. And also, just to reiterate, I really appreciate everyone's cooperation. I myself never like to be questioned, but you know, I can totally understand you know, anybody that's doing the best they can with someone looking into them, how that can be kind of standoffish. So I appreciate everybody cooperating on that level. So thank you.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think the public involvement process, I think, is super important. I think over the last probably 2 years or so, there have been a couple high-profile incidents that really have sort of shaken the public's trust, and I think the new chief has done a great deal to sort of kind of work towards alleviating some of those issues. But I think, I'm really interested in seeing the details on that, the time, the attendees, the feedback collected, their suggestions, how they were incorporated or how they weren't incorporated. I just think that's really important. I think, I've said this a couple times, we have a crisis of public trust, I think, and I think that looking at who we've talked to so far, it's great feedback, great input, but I want to make the public sure that this, this is being done with validity and with that in mind. I think the only other piece that, well, I guess this isn't really related to the study itself. I guess the other issue that we're sort of dealing with in various iterations, and I'm not sure this would even be within the scope of what you would look at or not, but really sort of best practices in dealing with kind of public protests and I don't even know the other word for it. We've had a variety of them over the last 2 or 3 years. I think the police department's done a really good job, but I think the paradigm of protesting has changed. I think, we saw various protests on the left or on the right or in the middle over the last couple of years, and we're even dealing with some issues now that are very difficult to sort of navigate through with people's free speech and other rights. And we have businesses downtown that are upset. So I'm not even saying this because I think that our police department is doing anything wrong in this area, but I think we should look at maybe what we have done, what is best practice, kind of what we could do better. And I think, unfortunately, it only takes one incident to really spark those things back up. And so it is sort of a whole new, paradigm in policing, I think, is how do you deal with those things. And I think we probably did some stuff right over the last 2 years, and we probably did some stuff wrong. And I think we need to talk about that and assess and figure out how we go forward. So I didn't see that in there, and I think that is one of those things that doesn't come up until it comes up, and when it comes up, it's huge, and we sort of have a lingering issue here in Vacaville that, I'm not asking, anyways, you get the gist. That's probably my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ritchie.
Thanks so much for showing up. So I feel it's been a long time. I was selected by the mayor and the city and the team to be part of the committee that brought you guys forward, and that was an awesome task. It was 3 members re-elected, 3 members of the city staff and elected officials, 3 members of the community, and going through the process to get to this point was pretty interesting. It was eye-opening for me. But yeah, I mean, the public trust, that's where I want to kind of piggyback on a little bit. I think me and Aaron, the city manager, use a lot of analogies. I will, the football analogy, like when I look at the Vacaville Police Department, it's like a football team. And I love, your eyes, I think. I love the fact that just trying to put in perspective a football team. And we have an amazing team. There's a lot of exceptional players. We have an amazing new head coach sitting right here. And I think really the support staff and the city command staff, like position coaches, they're awesome. They all are very skilled at what they do. And one of them sitting here as could be like office coordinator, like they do their job, and they have many people below them that trust what they say. We have a great kind of system. And, the audit, it's like, I played college football, and it's just like that. That's what an audit is. Sometimes you have outside people come in and they just really hit the film, and no one's perfect. And so, we need to understand only one person in life is a perfect God, and so he's not here. So everyone's gonna have problems and faults. So we can't pretend that it's gonna be like a spotless lamb. Nothing's gonna be wrong. So I really want to kind of put that out there, make sure we really have expectations for the community. No one's perfect. Everyone can be improved. But as a team, come in, hit the books. You really you audit, you review the film. You're gonna find stuff that's right and wrong, and there's good players and bad players, but they all work together. And so we can find the way, that possibility to kind of go through, make improvements where we see improvements, highlight the plays and the things that are working, and come to an agreement that the whole team can move forward. So I'm excited for the audit. No one's perfect. I mean, the best 2 quarterbacks I think ever lived, Peyton and Brady, they're crazy. Well, I mean, they are meticulous about every time they touch the field, they can do something better. There's, you can always find something right or wrong, and just acknowledging that, hey, we could have done this better, and the audit / film is going to show it. So I'm excited. I really stand behind the Vacaville Police Department. I've had the opportunity to live in many other cities, and it kind of dawned on me a few days ago. like, I mean, it's too much information, but my own wife, every day she's working at home, and she goes walking and walking the dog. I never think twice, but I would have never wanted to do that in my previous home in Los Angeles. It would have been different. Like, it would have been, I would have been thinking, is she okay? I don't talk to her. I know this is a great city. I know that we have great people in the city protecting it. So my own litmus test, you guys are out in the streets every day and do a great job. And this stuff happens, but in general, we're going to fight to make sure that this Vacaville Police Department, after the audit, has the tools to keep the city safe. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information, and I do feel like your list was good to start with, but I think it's really improving the audit to add these additional 11 points. I do want you and the city to be really mindful of how we publicize this community meeting, because if you put it on the website 2 days before the meeting, people say no one shows up, then it's not going to be worthwhile. You did say it would be in person and have the option for hybrid, I believe. I do also want to really strongly suggest having at least 2 different times, because if you have this is the time, you're going to get some of the people, but you're also eliminating a lot of people. So I think that public meeting will provide you information, but it will provide the community a feeling of, I've had a chance to have my voice heard, because I have heard from people in District 6 who have been saying, when are we going to be able to be part of this? So people want to be heard, but they can't be heard if we don't get the word out to them in the correct way. So that's my, let's do it right so that we can get good input from the people. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their comments. They're all very good, and I agree, Council Member Wiley, that multiple meetings might be needed to be able to give everybody an opportunity to provide feedback. I just wanted to say I was very impressed with the meeting that I had with this gentleman over here. Very professional, very thorough questions, and I genuinely felt like you were asking questions that that led toward trying to make the department better, and to give honest feedback about what we feel. So I wanted to kind of give that reassurance to the public, having been interviewed myself, that I was impressed with that. And I'm glad to hear today that you've had unfettered access to the information that you've needed or required or asked of the police department, and I would expect nothing less. That being said, you know, I think Councilmember Ritchie really drove something home that's important to me when he discussed his experiences, both in the city of Vacaville and outside of the city of Vacaville. And I think with this, this public community meeting, we have a tremendous opportunity with your help and the fact that you're assisting us with conducting this audit to differentiate the people who come and visit Vacaville or shop in Vacaville or drive through Vacaville and their experiences versus the people who actually live here, work here, raise their families here, or children go to school in our school districts here and deal with our SROs. And so, you know, I'm hoping there might be some anonymity or more cooperation with your involvement so that we can kind of ascertain, you know, what are people's experiences that live here versus people who don't. And I think both are valuable to know for our police department to be able to address concerns to both. So hopefully that's something that we can address, and I'm glad that the audit is moving forward and that you're getting the information that you need to really give us that feedback that we're hoping to get. So thank you.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. One more question or kind of commonality that's come up pretty much across the public sector, but especially in law enforcement, and I'm not sure, you're probably already looked at this too, just major recruitment challenges, I think, across the nation, across the state. It feels like since we last talked to you, things have escalated tenfold, you know, especially in law enforcement. And so I don't know if you look at, you know, best practices or challenges we're having, or our challenges the same as everybody else's challenges. I assume they are, but maybe there can be a pronounced kind of look at that as well. And I think that's something that maybe is a little new from the last time we spoke.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move to 9E, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This next item is an and information discussion, and we're seeking council's direction on the implementation of the next steps in our downtown specific plan. Our Community Development Director, Aaron Morris, has a brief presentation for the council.
Thank you, Mayor Willett and members of council. This is my first in-person presentation since I joined the city of Vacaville. So please bear with me as I figure out the technology. I'm really delighted to be here this evening to share some of the progress that we've made as a staff, discussing also with members of our community on actually implementing the downtown specific plan. Just by way of brief background, the plan was adopted after a 3-year process that culminated in adoption on February 8th of 2022. And really the overarching goal of the plan, put in the simplest terms, is to turn downtown into a destination location. It is a destination location for some, but the goal is to really add to, enhance, and amplify that, and really create a place, a special place for people that live here and people that visit here to partake of. There was significant community input throughout the plan development process, and some of that was pre-COVID, and some of that was during COVID, and during extended COVID. And ultimately, the plan was adopted. And since then, really, staff from my department, Public Works, Economic Development, Housing, and others have been sort of all hands on deck, figuring out a set of projects we can bring to the council that will get the plan realized in the form of tangible change downtown. We have not been ignoring or not consulting with members of the community. Part of the process since February has been sharing ideas with members of the community, getting their input to try to bring you things that we think will be well received and will really make a difference. So I'm going to go through what I'm calling the short-term projects, which are things we're recommending this evening that the council authorizes to move forward with. And then I'm going to go through some other ideas that we have that we might be bringing back to you at a later time. So the very first project that we would like to move forward with is some parking technology. And specifically, this involves installing sensors in each and every parking space that the city owns downtown. These sensors provide real-time information to the city about parking utilization, but more importantly for people visiting downtown, they can use their app and know exactly where there are free parking spaces. I mean, available, how many, and where they're located. They can decide where they'd like to park. We think the app part is exciting. We know that in order for it to be successful, we have to advertise it, and we're anticipating partnerships with Visit Vacaville, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District, and others to really get the word out. But this is the concept being used at Davis. It's being used in some other nearby cities. And compared to the cost of a parking structure, like $30 million, this is a $300,000 investment. And one of the beauty of it is that we can figure out where the spaces are most popular and where they're less popular, and then start to figure out the whys of that as part of our overall parking management strategy. So that's the first one. I'm going to go to the second one. This one, lighting improvements, really the genesis for this, well, years ago, we've known we need to do some lighting improvements, but when I met with, over a couple different meetings, property owners downtown and other folks downtown, they're just like, Aaron, the city has this ambitious downtown specific plan, but what we're concerned about is we can't see things at night when we're walking on Main Street. It's really dark out there. And so a city staff team comprised of some of the same departments I mentioned went out after dark before the time change and discovered, of course, that they were right. Like you're walking on Main and you can't see your feet. So this is actually not that expensive, and some of it's actually kind of underway. But first, it's upgrading all the street poles downtown with brighter fixtures that also cast the light downward. Brian McLean from Public Works has been instrumental in testing. I can't remember how many different kinds of fixtures he's chosen one that's very effective and will really light up downtown. That's not a huge cost because it's not replacing the poles, it's actually replacing the light fixtures and putting a shield on them that forces the light downward. Second thing, very popular with our downtown merchants is tree lights, and it's really expanding the tree lights to all the trees, or most of the trees on Main Street. It isn't just about putting the bulbs in the tree, though. It's also a series of electrical upgrades, and that's also something that we want to move on very quickly because it really enhances the nighttime environment from an aesthetic standpoint, as well as casting some light. This one's fun. There are a lot of signs downtown, and as I was going out to prepare for this presentation, they're all different colors, sizes, messages. So on this existing slide, the green and brown signs, they're all over, but when we were walking it as staff and we'd heard this from merchants, there's an arrow pointing to parking and you still can't tell which lot it's pointing to, and you get to the lot and you don't know it's a public parking lot. Those are sort of existing conditions, and in some cases you're guided into a lot, then you see the middle sign that says something about vehicles being towed and everything's being enforced, so you just don't really feel confident about parking in some of our downtown lots. So the goal is we have a citywide sign program, these beautiful blue signs that are going up that you can see all over the city, guiding people toward downtown and other big destinations. And then we have these smaller, different color signs, the brown signs that'll be downtown to guide people to specific downtown destinations. But the goal is to add back into that program parking lot signs and other signs downtown that help assure people that this is a public parking lot and that they're welcome to park there, they're not going to get towed, et cetera. So that's something that it's kind of the low-hanging fruit because we can just add it to our existing contract and it was already part of the plan. This next one is a little less glamorous unless you're a private developer or a member of the city's capital improvement team, or if you're the council that's paying for public projects. This is a $15,000 study that helps us figure out which areas of downtown are sensitive from an archaeological standpoint, which ones are highly, medium, and low. And it allows us to work with the Yochadehi Winton Nation to figure out what standard measures they want developers or the city to implement when we do projects that disturb the ground. And at the end of this, we have a roadmap so that each developer and each city project doesn't have to go do that consultation, have that conversation, unless it's a highly sensitive site, in which case we would keep talking to the tribes. So this one is part of trying to set the stage for more private and public investment downtown. And now we get into some other ideas. And these are all projects that are identified in the plan, the adopted plan, or they're things that came out of conversations with downtown property owners and merchants. So the concept of these wayfinding merchant directional signs, this picture happens to be from Napa, is something that we'd like to explore further. This requires a partnership. The city can put the pole in the ground, the city can have the infrastructure to hang the signs, but this works best if there's a downtown group that would like to administer and sell the signs to people and help make sure they stay fresh. So this is something that we think would help improve the pedestrian environment and foster some brand identification for tenants downtown. But again, we'd be looking for a partner if this moves forward. There's a whole set of things in the downtown specific plan about streetscape improvements. And so the concept is to look at opportunities to implement some of those in certain locations. We're very early days thinking about this. This one requires merchant and property owner discussion and some design concepts. But we just want to let you know that we see streetscape improvements as something that's on the table for a future phase of downtown specific plan implementation. Retail action plan. This would be taking some of the high level concepts that are in the downtown specific plan and really doing a direct attraction effort to bring specific restaurants and businesses downtown. So this is something that we will probably bring back to you and ask you to invest in, but I just wanted to share that as an idea that we're looking at for the downtown. This is something that we are going to be bringing forward with the Measure M funds for the new fiscal year, which is a storefront improvement grant program. And the goal is for the city to help people improve the look of their properties and add lighting on their facades to really improve how downtown looks and also to improve the lighting environment in complementary to our lighting investments. And then this one, I don't have pictures for everything, and trash enclosures are never that pretty, but one of the projects you'll see in the future is to replace the existing city-owned trash enclosures in Town Square. This affects multiple businesses downtown. It's kind of a mess out there right now. And with the new trash and recycling and composting requirements, we have undersized trash enclosures that can't do all the things they need to do. Again, streetscape improvements, that could include planters, replacing public trash receptacles. That was actually popular with the merchants, looking at sidewalk seating areas. Another thing that came right out of the downtown folks that I spoke with is wanting us to look at our city-owned parking lots and see if there are some lighting improvements we can do, maybe similar to what we're doing on Main Street. There is an interest in additional cameras, and I did talk to PD, and they are replacing cameras downtown. I just want to put that on your list of an interest that I heard from folks downtown. And then I guess to conclude, I just want to say that staff has been collaborating with downtown property owners and merchants, and we will continue to. So when we bring you things, hopefully, we'll be on the same page with you and with our folks that have downtown interests. So this evening, we're recommending that the council initiate an RFP for the parking technologies. That allows us to go out and get multiple proposals and pick the one that's the most cost efficient and hits the target. To install the signage downtown that really identifies all those public parking lots, and which rolls up in our current citywide sign program is underway. To complete the Vacaville cultural resources study, to complete the lighting improvements that are actually kind of underway right now, but the light fixtures, the tree lighting, and the electrical that goes along with that, and then also to direct us to continue to work with property owners and merchants on another set of improvement projects to bring back to you. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open up public comment. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the council. And we'll start with Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Aaron, for the update. So I think, lighting is absolutely necessary. It's pretty dark down there. Just kind of one thing that I noticed on, I think the area that we try to pilot it, we ran the conduit up the trees and then put the plug towards the top of that. And just kind of curious to, maybe we don't need to address it today, but kind of hoping we could figure out a different aesthetic way to maybe to light the trees up, because one, trees grow, and two, it's kind of doesn't look that great. But at nighttime, you can't tell, so I guess that's good. So definitely, I definitely support the lighting. When we go to the signage, on the signs there, I noticed that there's a discrepancy, or maybe it's how the color printed up. But my recommendation would be that we keep the parking logo consistent in color, so that way it's more easily identifiable. I appreciate staff going over there and highlighting the fact that something we call in 6 we call it gimbal walk, but walking out and making the observations of different signage and seeing how that can add a level of complexity and frustration for residents. So I would hope that somewhere on the signage that we kind of keep that consistency in that. And if I visualize the screen, I apologize to all those who are offended about parking logo signs. The sensor, how does it work? Can you maybe explain, if you know, how does the sensor work for the vehicle? How does it collect the data? Is it just like a motion?
If we're going to get very technical, I will probably need Brian McLean to come down here, because he's been working on this.
Yeah, and what kind of information may be collected?
From a community development standpoint, I just want to know that it works, but engineers have more of a sense about how it might work. Thank you, Brian.
It's magic.
Science.
Yeah, science, exactly. Wireless technology with repeaters, cellular units that talk to the cloud and relay that information back to a Amazon web-based server that spews out the web page. So they are puck-type sensors that are mounted onto the parking stalls, and each of them detect the vehicles as they come over them, and then relay that information back up to the cloud.
And then, so is there any information from the car, is the driver license plate read or anything like that?
No, there's no license readers.
And then, so along with that, do we know, or do we have any data for the other cities that implemented, if there's been any increase of accidents associated with having to access an app on ideally their phone?
So we've been researching for about 3 months now. I've got several different cities that we've looked into. No negative information related to this type of application. And there are several different varieties of these products all across the nation. The RFP is pretty bland in that we laid out exactly, the specifics what we want. We want a very user-friendly web application. We want to be able to detect the vehicles at each of the stalls and then relay that to that application. Additionally, we have options in there. We'd like to have signage, at the front of the parking lots that tell you how many stalls are available in that particular parking lot. So all of it is all wirelessly integrated. Again, routing up through an Amazon web server that spools it out onto a smartphone or a smart device and gives you information right down to the parking stall as to what's available and what's not.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that, because I was curious to see if there is maybe a more beneficial plan of adding at least temporary signage to help educate the public that there's this technology that they can access. The feedback we get from that, will it also tell us how many actually download and use the app?
All that information. There's actually an administrative back end to all of these applications, and We've written out into the RFP the specifics of the data information that we're, be able to get on that administrator portal. Historical information going back to as long as we, have the system up and running. It'll be able to show us trend lines as to, when the parking lots are most utilized, when they're not. It also has a modular type of expansion that if in some future the city decides to potentially move toward, fee-based parking or some other kind of more defined parking requirements. All those bits and pieces are all there, and to be able to access and modify those at a future date if the city so desires.
Thank you, sir. So some other things that kind of came up from the public was about the allowance of smoking along the main front of the streets. So maybe kind of curious to see what the business owners downtown feel about maybe implementing and requesting an ordinance or educating folks to please smoke maybe in the back and not on the main streets, provided we're trying to create a more welcome environment for families ideally. And with that said, I know there's been a lot of talk about widening sidewalks and loss of parking, but I think the more we can create a downtown that's more inviting for families, particularly pulling them from Andrews Park downtown, I think it'll be for the better. And I think educating folks about parking is a key component to that. Really appreciate, staff's, looking out for the safety, code enforcement looking out for the safety of our water supply with respect to the issues with trash. I understand it's a little more complex issue than all of us perhaps would hope, but also appreciate effort from staff to try to actually look at how we can help improve the infrastructure there to best set up the area for all that needs to, both businesses and our environment. So I'm kind of just curious in a general update. Last year, about now, this time frame, we approved funding for parklets. I don't think we ever had a public update on that. So the concept was we would approve funding to expand certain sections of downtown, and just kind of hoping to get an update on that. And the reason why is I've heard different concerns about the appearance of the current temporary parklets that are there, and then how long would those be there, how well they utilize, or really optimizing that space. And I see different time frames that it is. So I guess my question would be maybe just a quick update for the public on the issue of the funding for the parklet, and then number two, how long would our current policy stay in place based on what's been approved for the outdoor street seating?
Thank you. So I can take a shot at that. So I'm sorry?
Sorry, if we have it, I apologize.
Yeah, no, I can give you what we have now, because we're working on a variety of different things, and I do appreciate the recollection of that. So during the pandemic, we were trying to think of creative ways to get businesses out there and have outdoor dining when that was all that was permitted by, the state governor's rules for the pandemic. We explored a variety of different options. We brought other options to the council for future consideration that would go towards implementing some of those key policies in the downtown specific plan. As we looked at the different options, they all required, certain levels of different types of funding. But what we realized as we getting closer to the implementation or the approval of the downtown specific plan, more and more merchants were concerned about parking and what that would do to the parking along Main Street and in front of their businesses. And so we haven't really talked about going further with permanent investments in parklets. We did, propose a possible idea of, either multiple parklets along Main Street or even the possibility of widening the sidewalk on both sides of Main Street so that all businesses would benefit from having additional outdoor display area or utilizations. But we feel that you know, until we get this parking issue and get the business owners more comfortable with what's going on down there, that we want to make these other initial investments so that we can start building that rapport and that relationship with the downtown merchants down there so that they're comfortable with everything that we're doing. The outdoor dining program has a kind of an endless date on it. It's something that, you know, we see the benefits of. As far as the temporary features that you have out there, that's something that I'm working with my team on to see that if, you know, because businesses are still enjoying the benefits of those. And so we're talking about some ideas of how to spruce that up a little bit in the interim while we're working through this first implementation short-term phase of how to dress those up some, while working towards building that rapport so that we can go to that more permanent phase that, you know, we're beyond this initial phase that we're presenting tonight.
All right, thank you, City Manager Aaron. And I know there's been a lot of work, a lot of talks back and forth on it, and I like, you know, I really like the approach that's been going on. Last point, I also like the concept of providing, or at least considering some type of incentive, particularly for signage or I guess what they call the facade on the outside. Note what I actually really like that I think that brings out the downtown area, the new Photoshop area at night. They have a nice sign that has the backlit lit up, and so you can see it at night, even though they're closed at night. But it still brings up the area, so I like stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, oh, I think I just killed you. You want to jump back in? Vice Mayor Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Silva stole a lot of my thunder there. But yeah, I'm definitely in support of a lot of this plan. When it comes to the parking, personally, I think the app will be kind of underutilized, but if it already comes as part of the software package, might as well use it. I think with the tourism aspect and just people not wanting to download additional apps on their phone, I think digital signage, similar like what's in Davis, I know the city manager, Aaron, has heard me talk about it quite a bit, where as soon as you're driving downtown and come off Richards Boulevard, there's a sign that says, here's all the parking lots, here's how many spots are in each lot. And then when you pull up to each lot, it has a digital sign out front saying, hey, there's 5, 15, even the parking garage down there has a sign saying how many are there. I think that'll be more useful than the app itself, because I've used plenty of parking apps like in San Francisco, and sometimes, yeah, it's a pain to figure out what it is, or you see that there's vacancies, and then by the time you get there, it might not be there if you're going for a specific event like Creek Walk or something. Lighting's going to be very important downtown, both the fixtures as well as the tree lighting. I think it'll really brighten up downtown, make it more utilized, especially during the summer. And to double tap on what Councilmember Silva brought up, is the smoking downtown. You go over there like Saturday morning or Sunday morning, there's cigarette butts on the ground. Even Saturday evenings or Friday evenings, for example, as a Los Reyes, walking back to my car that is parked by the KUIC building, I have to walk through a group of people that are standing on the sidewalk smoking. So either an enforcement of the current California codes for smoking, or implement a smoking ban on the main thoroughfares of downtown. I think it will make it a lot more walker and family friendly for those areas. And that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really like the first steps, great suggestions, and you're off to an excellent start. A couple just thoughts and kind of feedback as well. Loading an app sometimes is, people don't want to do it, but I'm sure there's probably a web portal as well, which sometimes could be helpful. So could be something to look for in the RFP, is just different ways to access the information. I think you can also have like over signage, right? Like you can just over sign and then all of a sudden the signs are not effective. And I think sometimes downtown or parts of Vacaville can kind of feel that way a little bit. So just being careful not to overdo, like you mentioned, there's all these confusing signs and there's this, so I like that you're kind of going through that and maybe removing some signs that don't make sense and kind of cleaning things up. I think a really pronounced kind of color for the parking signs, like Caltrans orange is probably not great, but something that's not going to totally blend into the facade of downtown and is unique would be helpful as well. You could use QR codes now too, have those on the signs for the app or the website as well. I think that'd be very helpful. And then also, I know we're getting the parking spaces, but there's tons of underutilized street parking in downtown as well. And people just forget that, like, pretty much from you know, basically like the Pure Grain Bakery over, like all those streets are always open. And so I don't know if we'll also be monitoring sort of the streets in the area or kind of that other area for public parking. Super curious to see what the data shows. I think that's a really smart idea. Kind of going on to Aaron's point earlier, some public art downtown. I know we have a larger plan and we're investing Measure M and all this other stuff, but like, could we just paint the bollards, right? They're white and ugly. Just let's sponsor a high school group to come in and paint the bollards downtown. Or the utility boxes. I know we've been going through like the utility box art thing for a long time too. Every other city has them now. They look beautiful. They'd be great downtown. So I don't know if we can kind of kick off some of those things a little sooner. Just you know, that could be great. I did try to bike downtown about 2 weeks ago. It's a very unsafe and unpleasant experience. So it's just, I know that's part of the connectivity plan, but it's still, downtown is not bike friendly at all. And so, you know, I don't know if there's hordes of people trying to bike to downtown, but it is not a great place. It's also hard to find a place to lock your bike up. It's, you know, so that was just something I noticed. There was a lot of kudos on the wayfinding signage. There was one common thing that people were frustrated about in a couple of the posts, and we missed the roll-in center. So I don't know, I did talk to Don, and he said we could maybe add some updates or something for things that we might have forgot. So in terms of the wayfinding, I don't know if we can add things after the fact, but the roll-in center for Freedom Flight at the airport, I guess there wasn't wayfinding for them, and there were a lot of people that wanted to have that there. So I don't know if we can add that after the fact or a sub sign. That would be great. I think the last one or two things I want to mention is the wayfinding signage in town is great, but how do we get people to pull off the freeway, right? And so we had this really cool, classic downtown Vacaville sign that was in front of the Ranch Hotel lot for, I don't know, 1,000,000 years. And I know where it's at now, but it's no longer there, and I won't share the secret on where it's at. But can we get, like, you know, some more downtown signage, trying to draw people off the freeway, right? How do we get them? And maybe we can even use the old signage as a replica or something, because Vacaville loves their traditions, and it's a really cool sign. But trying to draw people off the freeway in some way, shape, or form. Also maybe utilizing the sign of the Nut Tree or the car dealership, the electronic ones. The city of Dixon's getting really creative with their electronic signs. So that could be something really cool. The other comment I had, and this is sort of off topic, but sort of on topic, I had a local landscaper, a really amazing guy that came to me one day and said, hey, you know, our on-ramps and off-ramps look like hell. You're right. And so he said, could we do like an adopt an off-ramp or on-ramp program? So in addition to signage trying to draw people off the freeway, when you've got on-ramps and off-ramps that are full of trash and broken fences and it looks like heck, you know, it is the first look of the city. And so he suggested an adopt an on-ramp or off-ramp project. I know if that could be, I know that's not really downtown, but how do you get people off the freeway to downtown? So I think thinking about that funnel is important because we do want to draw folks out. Benicia does a pretty good job. They've got signage and kind of, it does draw you in. So to pull those folks from I-80 to downtown, how do we kind of extend that wayfinding process? Other than that, I think it's great. Let's move as quickly as possible on these things. I think staff did a great job, and I like the very creative solutions for the first go.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thanks for the information. We stopped on 14, and I think it went ahead to 15 for just a minute that had some cost, and then it went back. So we haven't talked at all about cost. Thank you. So I don't know if you're going to talk about that a little bit later, but so I wondered, I like the idea about the parking and the little pucks. I want to know the durability of those, so it's not some late night fun to go out and see how many you could knock off and make sure that they would be safe from those sorts of things. And I also am interested in whether or not the RFP would be for every parking spot downtown, or would we start with a pilot program in a couple of parking lots and see how it goes? So those are my questions.
I'll answer, I think both. The idea would be public parking downtown, so that would include street parking as part of the initial implementation. The second thing regarding the pucks, we actually, and Brian's done a lot more work since the first conversations, we really asked one of the vendors that we first were exploring this with about the durability, and they've been, you know, obviously tested in other jurisdictions, so some things have been learned, but part of the RFP looks at not just having someone install the pucks, but also to maintain the pucks. So if anything needs to be repaired, that maintenance responsibility doesn't fall on city staff, but rather call the vendor, they send someone out, they fix it, which also motivates them to secure those things.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then just the last comment, the signs I think have been very helpful. So I'm, you know, pretty far south, and they are on Peabody when you're coming into town, and that's nice. And I did go to an event at the Freedom Center, and it does say airport and museum. When you get there, pretty, but they need to have, I guess, a few other ones close by. And it was kind of interesting because visitor information was going every direction. So I just thought if I was a person driving through town and I didn't know where do I stop to get this visitor information that I keep following the signs for. So that was just my question. What was it pointing to? And I finally did end up on one way at Visit Vacaville, but that wasn't apparent when I went north and south and east and west to get there. So, but I like the signs. Thanks.
Councilmember Ritchie.
I'll try to keep it brief. I was trying to listen, make sure I don't repeat, just talk. But there's a lot of comments by the other councilmen and women. I think it's great. I mean, I think short and sweet. It's another step forward in progress. I mean, from the old Long's Drugs, some people might call it CVS, to East Main, we got to kind of really complete downtown, and it starts with the first step. Take the first step and kind of calm the fellow downtown business owners' fears of losing the ability for patrons to come. I think it's great. Myself and Silva in Stockton and myself, we attended since 2021, like down business breakfast. So I actually walked out of there and said, I will make a conscious effort, and not the biggest problem is not accountability. Small business owners downtown, I made a joke, I could put a sticky on every single car that shouldn't belong there, and really kind of hold each other accountable. So from that moment, I have now parked in one of the city lots and walked my butt to my office, as opposed to taking the easy route, parking right up front, that big Suburban. You got to help. First of all, we need to make sure all the small business owners need to stop complaining and hold themselves accountable. Don't park for your store. Like, park, take a walk. Actually, me and Sullivan had a fun comment a few months ago. If you actually take a measuring stick and measure the farthest parking spot in Costco, it's longer than walking anywhere downtown. People just subconsciously, they'll walk to buy a $5 chicken at Costco, but they won't walk 2 steps without going to Los Reyes. So it's really like, people need to kind of wake up and stop being so stubborn, lazy, and like really just kind of get over themselves. But I think it's great. I mean, and as my business mind was thinking, we can monetize the app, as in incentivize them to use the app. Once they hit a certain part of Vacaville, you can use geofencing, and as the app lights up, all the small business owners downtown could pay to advertise on the app. And all of a sudden they come into downtown, all of a sudden, bam, there goes Moxie, bam, there goes Los Reyes. If they park with the app, with the geofencing, they can go inside and say, hey, I saw your information on the app, here's 10% off the meal. So there's a way to make it work. You just got to think outside the box. So I'm not talking myself, but you can really motivate people to use the app by having a dual benefit. Find parking and find a fun restaurant you might not have gone to, get a deal. So it'll work. And then take the money, reinvest it back into the bid, make downtown even more awesome. So.
Awesome. Okay. Oops. Councilmember Stockton. I just dumped you too. Hit your button again. Sorry about that. The buttons are small. You're on.
I love the excitement, and thank you for the presentation for your first one. It was outstanding. It's all exciting, fun stuff that everybody, I think, wants to see happen. I think you got the order right, even. I mean, certainly as it relates to the calls that we get, right? And I want you to keep that. And if not for the people who are going to use it to go park, for the business owners that don't think that there's any parking available, to be able to open their phone and look at and go, oh, okay, there is parking available, if there is. And also just for the data, right? Just to see which parking spots are being used the most, which ones aren't, because that might help with some of the future, kind of upgrades or different projects and stuff like that we do. In addition to the lights, which I am ecstatic about tree lights, and if we need electrical upgrades to do it, then do it, right? But also the creek walk, right? That creek there is so beautiful. We've put a water fountain there. We have activities at Andrews Park, and there's that beautiful walking path where you can go down there, but it's not really very well lit. And I think any effort that we could make, even to work with some of the businesses that are on one side of the creek to maybe anchor lighting that goes to string lights or something that would go across that, I think would really add, something special up to our downtown that I think people utilize more. And then signage. I love the ideas that you brought up with the signage, and I have to tell you, Public Works has been absolutely crushing it when it comes to these signs and just making it easier to find stuff, stuff that blends in with the downtown community and throughout Vacaville. I'm very impressed, and I'm very appreciative with the work that you're doing and Public Works is doing, and I think it shows that you care about our town and that you've listened to some of the feedback. And so I just wanted to make sure that you heard tonight that how much we appreciate you going above and beyond with all of this stuff. So thank you for everything.
Vice Mayor Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. I missed a piece that you mentioned during the presentation is the downtown, like the business, the storefront improvement grants. I know Fairfield's recently done that, and it's like a night and day difference between the half of the downtown that's taking advantage of it and the other half that is not. I think they'll liven up the downtown a lot, especially for some of the smaller businesses that may not have the capital to make major improvements to their business itself. I think that'll go a long way for downtown. Thank you.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to really quickly say, I made a comment earlier that sounded fairly critical. I guess if you think about it, it's been bugging me since I said it. The on-ramps and off-ramps are Caltrans. It's not our city Public Works. It's not our team. And the Caltrans portion looks like heck. City portion, right, when you pull off the off-ramp or on-ramp, looks beautiful. So when I mentioned the adopt an off-ramp or on-ramp, I was not trying to imply that our staff are not doing a great job, because they do an excellent job. If we can get Caltrans to do a better job, that'd be fantastic. But if they can't do it, maybe we can have a local vendor adopt them and do a better job. So I just wanted to say that because I didn't want to sound critical towards staff. That wasn't my intention.
I appreciate you bringing that up, because I was going to mention that too.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so probably opposite of probably what everybody said tonight, or maybe I should start with the positive, but let's knock out this one. I'm not interested in the parking technology at all. I don't believe that you can't just drive down there and see an open spot. The $350,000 that we're going to spend on that, I kind of got the idea, oh, hey, it might work to find out, where people are parking. And I'm coming around to the positive part here. So I want a parking garage. I'd rather take $350,000 and start putting something in for a parking garage, because I do want to wipe out all those parking spots. I do want to widen our sidewalks down there. And when I talked to all the owners down there, everybody was scared to death that we were going to wipe out 54 spots or whatever it was at the time. They were all excited about widening the sidewalks, but they didn't want to lose the spots. And I talked to each and every one that was concerned and said, we really need a parking garage. We've been talking about it forever. The other thing that I'm concerned with, and I hate that Mr. McLean even brought it up, but okay, we put those dots in there. Now we have an ability to monitor who comes in and out. And then, then we start talking about charging people. I don't want to charge people to park in a spot downtown. That's kind of opposite what I want to do. I want people to come down there and not go, it's okay, I don't want to spend $5 or whatever to go park, to run in and maybe not even buy anything. So I'm nervous about that slippery slope. I would rather take the $350,000 and start talking about, and I know we've been talking about it forever, some kind of parking garage down there, and then start talking about what we had planned about widening the sidewalks. I think widening the sidewalks would make it beautiful down there. It'd give everybody an opportunity to have outside dining, outside shopping. And with that, I'll leave that one alone. Tree lighting, a must. Every owner down there has begged. Most of the owners that have lit up the place have done it on their own dime, because they wanted to get lights down there. And, obviously lights deter, criminals. So I would rather have that lit up. I would love to light up our bridge. I would love to light up our walkways, and I appreciate that. I would love to make it lively down there, and I think light does it. So I'm absolutely on board with that. Parking signage, we've been talking about that before I got on council. We did a whole study about parking signage. We all want the downtown signage. So I'm okay with everything. I would really like to give businesses an opportunity to upgrade their buildings. I know when we had redevelopment funds, it was an opportunity for them to use it. I would love to give them the opportunity to, to upgrade their buildings, especially as we hopefully move to East Main. They'll want to make sure that their building's up to date to compete with the new buildings down there. And that's what I'll mention, and I think we'll entertain motion at this point. Sure.
So I don't want to work this into the motion, but a request for staff, and if it's okay with city council, is our next fiscal year to explore and bring back to council to approve lighting up the Creek Walk and Bridge area to make it more inviting for citizens, and then somehow trying to tie that back into downtown.
I've added that to the list of interests that came up this evening, and we will absolutely be
So
taking.
the Creek Walk's part of this?
Yeah, and I know, no, as things the council brought up this evening, I've made a long list from smoking to the Creek Walk.
So let me be more clear. I would like for us to vote to include lighting of that, where the cost of that would come from next fiscal year's budget. That's my request.
City manager?
So just to be clear, the improvements that we're presenting to you tonight are actually going to be funded out of money that we have in this fiscal year budget.
Yes.
So as we come back to the council at future meetings, talk about the next upcoming fiscal budget,
yes,
we will absolutely include elements in there for additional downtown improvements.
And can one of those please specifically be lighting the Creek walkway?
We will have some preliminary estimates for you, so you consider that depending on what the
It
cost
seems
is.
so far away, honestly. It really does.
Hey, I didn't
June.
start that.
We'll be back as part of June to have that discussion
So next
with
month?
you. Yes.
Okay.
Motion to approve. Sorry, motion to approve,
As read.
what item? Yeah, as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I oppose. We will move on. Thank you, though. You're 9F, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As we've been doing for the council since our first budget with our new budget team, we're now back for our third quarter update on the budget for the general fund budget. Our budget team is here to make that presentation. Additionally, we're also here to give the council a resolution for expenditure adjustment for this fiscal year as well. Our budget team, led by Ken Matsumiya, is here to make a presentation for you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. As the City Manager mentioned, tonight we'll be doing an update of how the general fund is trending through the third quarter. Next slide, please. So to start, this chart right here shows our revenue projections from where we were at back in June during budget adoption, which is the column on the very far left. And then the column on the right is where we're currently projected to end the year based off of how things are trending. We'll cover these in a little bit more detail in the following section, so I'm just going to highlight some of the bigger variances you're seeing. In the property tax category, compared to where we were at back with our June projection, we're projected for revenues to finish a little under 7% higher than our original budget estimates. And as we all know, housing prices are increasing. This is driving it, is a portion of it, but really the big reason for that variance is the Genentech settlement, and so that did bring $2 million of one-time money into the general fund, and that's the main reason that you're seeing the big variance there. Under sales tax and Measure M, these are going to trend very similarly to what we were projecting back in mid-year, and so we are projecting double-digit increases compared to the original budget. And a lot of this has to deal with back during the budget adoption because we were coming off a very strong fiscal year 21 that was driven by the fact that everybody was going online and buying goods. And then there was also the Wayfair law, which is also known as the online sales tax law, that was driving fiscal year 21. So basically coming off of that strong fiscal year 21, our sales tax consultant HGL is projecting that the current fiscal year 22 would pretty much be flat because of that very strong 21. And that's not what we've seen play out, as you can see by his projections. So while online sales and that growth has not grown as fast as we were seeing in 21, other business sections like the restaurants and hotels, fuel stations, fuel and service stations, things, those business sections that would be impacted, positively impacted by the fact that we're reopening from COVID, those are actually rebounding faster than originally assumed, which is helping drive up what we're seeing in sales tax and Measure M. In the other taxes category, we're now projecting that to finish a little under 5% over our original projection. What we're seeing in this category is business license tax and also our TOT, that they are, at least through the third quarter, we're seeing what we were seeing prior to the pandemic. So back in fiscal year 19, if we look at that fiscal year prior to the first year of COVID, what we're seeing with our tax revenues so far this year are in line with what we were seeing then. Another factor here is there's a real property transfer tax, and so when property is exchanged, sold, and transferred, there's a tax that's generated from that. And so with the market, the housing market being as hot as it is, and you're seeing transfers there, we're seeing an increase in what we were originally projecting back in June as well there. Now, skipping over department charges and fees and going down to other revenues, you do notice here that this is of the chart the only section where we are projecting revenues to finish below what we had originally budgeted, and this is related to interest revenue, which falls in this category. And it's not so much that interest revenue is performing so much worse than we anticipated, but more so to do with the fact the way that we allocate interest to the other non-general funds. And so as one of the consent items this evening, there was the investment policy. We're currently working with an outside investment firm. And so when we were internally investing the city's money, we actually had an investment office internally. And as part of that, we would charge, the general fund would charge a management fee out to the non-general fund funds. Similar to if you have investments privately, there's usually a portfolio fee or a management fee. And so that would get charged out to the non-general fund funds. Since we no longer do that in-house, we now have that done outside by an investment consultant. That fee is now charged out to the non-general fund funds, which is a lot cheaper than kind of running it in-house. And that's, since that management fee no longer goes to the general fund, what we're seeing is non-general fund funds see more revenue and then less revenue in the general fund. So I know it's a tongue twister there, but hopefully everybody was able to follow. So in total, what we're seeing is the projected revenue for fiscal year 22, finishing a little above 8%. That's a projection over what we were initially estimating, or about $9.8 million. And so with that, I'll pass it on to John Collette, our budget analyst, for the next section.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. This part of our presentation will focus on revenue trends through the third quarter of the current fiscal year, or July 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. The trends are based on actual revenues for the first 9 months of the fiscal year, along with updated sales tax estimates from our consultant, HDL. The first category we'll go over is property taxes. Property taxes account for approximately 28% of the city's general fund revenue, making it the city's largest source of general fund revenue. Through the third quarter, the city has received approximately $19.5 million in property tax revenue. This is a 18.2% increase as compared to fiscal year 21. Regular property taxes continue to trend positively year over year with an average annual growth rate of 5.9% since 2015-16. During budget process, HDL projected growth of 4.4% for the current fiscal year. But as Ken mentioned, the city received one-time money from the county for Genentech settlement of property tax appeals for the last year. The property tax category consists mainly of property tax, VLF or vehicle licensing fees, and residual balance and pass-through. In addition, our current projection does not include any assumptions related to commercial properties on appeal. Our next category is sales tax. In previous quarterly updates to council, we've separated sales tax and Measure M into separate slides. But because they track so similarly, we felt for tonight and future presentations, we would combine them into one chart. We'll still talk about them individually, but we'll also talk about them combined. Sales tax account for 20% of the city's general fund revenue, and Measure M consists of 16% of the city's general fund revenue. So combined, it's approximately 36% of general fund revenue. The city has received $21.1 million in sales tax. It's the blue column on the chart. Through third quarter, this is an increase of approximately 14% or $2.6 million from this time last fiscal year. And Measure M sales tax, the yellow column on the chart, has received $17 million through the first 3 quarters of the fiscal year, an increase of 21.4% or $3 million from last fiscal year. Combined sales tax, which is the green line on the chart, is $38.1 million. This is an increase of 17.2% from last fiscal year. Last fiscal year, we saw strength in sales tax figures in large part due to AB 147, the Wayfair Act, or online sales tax law, as consumers moved towards online purchases during the pandemic. We expected those figures to level off in fiscal year 21-22, and they have, but we've seen growth in industries positively impacted by the further reopening of the state and the ease of statewide restrictions. We're still seeing these effects. Just to highlight a few of the positive industries, restaurants and hotels at the beginning of the fiscal year, HDL projected growth of 15%, but we're actually seeing 35%. Fuel and service stations, they were projected to be at 20% year over year, and we're seeing 34%. And then general consumer goods are up 13% through third quarter. So these are just a few of the categories being highlighted tonight. But just to reiterate, most industries or categories are doing better than anticipated at the beginning of the fiscal year in regards to sales tax. And our last category is department charges and fees. The department charges and fees revenue category accounts for approximately 9% of the city's total general fund revenues. Through March, revenues were $8.4 million. Which is an increase of 58% from the previous fiscal year, or an increase of 5% from fiscal year 19-20. So we're seeing improvements overall for department charges and fees and actually exceeded pre-pandemic levels. This category, it contains the charges and fees for all departments, but the parks and recreation and paramedic fees being the bulk of the category. So we'll take a quick look at each of these revenues. Parks and Rec continues to see positive impacts on their revenues as their activities and programs were directly impacted by the limitations from state and local mandates last fiscal year. Third quarter revenues saw an increase of 337% as compared to the prior year. But if we compare their revenue to the 3-year average, so fiscal year 18-19 through fiscal year 21, they're still down about 7%. Actual revenues for fiscal year 21-22 are $2.2 million versus $501,000 last fiscal year at the same time frame at third quarter. So we continue to see increased activity in many programs through third quarter, including cultural arts, youth services, field rentals, youth sports, just to name a few. And while indoor activities are not back to pre-pandemic levels of participation, they have picked up, and we hope to see this trend continue. Another positive is the continued strength in paramedic fees or ambulance transport fees, which has seen an increase of 28% in revenue as of third quarter compared to last fiscal year. And over the past 5 years, the ambulance transport fees have seen an average growth of 12% year over year. This revenue is related to the increase in volume or number of transports the fire department handles annually. And at this point, we expect to see this trend continue. So overall revenue for the department charges and fees continue to move towards pre-pandemic levels, and the chart shows that we're above pre-pandemic levels. But we feel it's also important to note that the continued strength of the ambulance revenues, they kind of mask the decreased revenues of some of the other department fees. So other departments, the revenues are continuing to increase, but most of them haven't reached pre-pandemic levels. That concludes third quarter revenue trends. And from here, I'll pass it over to our budget manager, Leslie Hoover, who will go over proposed budget augmentations.
Good evening. So we do have one request, one budget augmentation request for you tonight in the amount of $30,000 out of Measure M. And this is for participant scholarships for the Parks and Recreation Program. If you remember at the beginning of the year, one of the pilot programs out of Measure M was the participant scholarships, and it was $100,000. At this time, there is a current waiting list because the department has fully allocated the $100,000. And so we have some people on the list, and the program year 2 won't start till our new fiscal year in July. So this would allow those on the wait list and anybody additional that comes up between now and the end of the fiscal year to go ahead and receive those scholarships so they can get those programs now versus having to wait till July. And I'll turn it over to Ken.
Thanks, Leslie. Next slide, please. So this following slide, the chart on the right shows, based off of how things are tracking through third quarter, where we anticipate the general fund to end at the end of the fiscal year, so as of June 30th. And so just going through the different rows on the table on the right. So for revenues and transfers into the general fund, or projections that being around 107 million. Expenditures to the general fund, so this is not inclusive of anything that's Measure M related, being 105 million. So that would mean that general fund, without Measure M, we're projecting about a $2 million surplus, or a 2% increase of revenues over expenses. And when you factor in Measure M revenues, our projection here is that Measure M will bring in slightly over 21 million this current fiscal year. That the actual expenses, so cash leaving the building, will be around $9 million. And then the Measure M commitments and set-asides, this is going to be discussed in more detail in the following item, council item. But those commitments and set-aside as of June 30th that we're factoring is 21 million. So these are going to be things that where the cash hasn't left the building, but these are items that have been committed or set aside through budget or previous discussions. So factoring all of those items, the general fund reserve is projected to be under 56 million by dollar, and then by percentage, 52% reserve. And some notes on the left as far as the summary. We've talked about the revenues and the estimate there, but on the expenditure side, we are projecting expenditures to finish under budget, and that's primarily due to staff vacancies that we're seeing, and also the impacts of COVID, specifically in the Parks and Rec department, where the COVID impacts and the shutdowns, the expenses weren't as high as anticipated because the programs couldn't occur. Next slide, please. There is one recommendation this evening that Leslie had mentioned, and that is the budget adjustment for $30,000 related to the youth scholarship programs. Next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation. We would be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up public comment. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Good to see you, John. Sales tax, how much of that's due to more of the recent inflation, or will we even be seeing that yet in these numbers?
So in this particular data, you will not see it. And so when we get the next kind of updated numbers from HDL, then that's when they would be more baked in. I would say that where you're going to see that, as an example, would be like restaurants. We had talked about that. So if restaurants are increasing their prices, you might not see consumption go up, but the fact that the restaurant prices are going up, that means sales tax would increase because of that. Same thing with gas. But that's not factored in so much in this forecast, but we would see it kind of going forward when we get our next quarterly update from HDL.
So from your perspective, from your profession's perspective, how much are we concerned about increased sales tax due to whatever inflation is on average versus maybe consumers? So like per items purchased, do we look at that versus to kind of gauge and project what will be coming in?
I think with us, not so much in the government. I think maybe from like a business standpoint, like there's going to be that sweet spot of, up to what extent can you raise prices and still have customers come in. So I'd say maybe more so from the business perspective than we would see in government.
Understood. All right, thank you. And then other question about how we report, does the scholarship funding, is that included in that increase in revenue? I know because they were shut down for a while, but for Parks and Rec, is that the scholarship funding included in that?
So for the $30,000 request?
The current $100,000 allocation.
So yes, that would be part of the Measure M amount. So if we can go
I'm
back.
sorry, so like, yeah, maybe I should probably be more specific.
Sure.
Clarify.
Just one more, if you go back, or sorry, forward now.
No, go to the timeline. It reported 373% increase in Parks and Rec. So my or 337, excuse me. So in that number, did we include our scholarship funding, so our Measure M funding in that increase revenue? Would that be included?
So anything that would, people would have signed up for programs during that time would be reflected in that. That would include anybody that had the scholarships at that time.
Okay. All right, thank you. And just last point, or 2 points, but thank you staff for coming back, Parks and Rec and Finance Department, about trying to allocate more funding for families. Again, something I'm personally very passionate about, and I know, council obviously approved it in the past unanimously. But just to reiterate, there's a lot of families that think that still there's no way for them to fund, particularly some of the great summer programs. Some of those are looking at 200, plus a week. So like just right off the bat, $200 a week, 4 hours a day, they're like, oh, hell no. So I appreciate that support. It allows, kids to go somewhere to develop, stay out of trouble, build some positive networks, learn something cool, something new. My kids have been impacted from our Parks and Rec programs, and I know many others have. One, and it's not for you all, but just in general, some of the feedback that I was more so concerned about is because all of the funding was allocated, or maybe because it wasn't well known. Some families, particularly Spanish-speaking families, from what was relayed back to me, is that there was no more funding, so they didn't sign up. So I was just concerned about that we lost that. But I know it's something that's newer, it's getting communicated out, and I do appreciate staff coming back to ask for more funding. I'm fully in support of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley?
Thanks for the information. I also have one question about the scholarship, and I don't know if you can answer it or if it's Parks and Rec. The waiting list that you mentioned, once you've received a scholarship for another sport, can you go back and request again? Or are the people that are on the waiting list people who haven't received a scholarship up to this point?
That would be a question for Parks and Rec.
Are they able to answer it, or do they know?
Oh, she's here.
Good evening. So the question is whether or not when folks have utilized their funds, they can request additional funds?
Right.
They can.
If I had it for my kid once, can I have it again and again and again before some people have it the first time? Or if I've had it for my kid once, do I have to wait until all the other funds are expended?
We would allocate the funds to those on the waiting list prior to someone getting additional funding. But they can request additional funding and additional scholarship.
And they would get it after all the people who've not had it have been served. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
No, it looks good. Thank you. Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you, staff, for this round. Measure M is it's new to all of us, it's new to me to be a new member of council. It's very interesting. Really understanding Measure M and kind of learning how it works. It's pretty awesome how it's created. It's like a self-sustaining kind of energy source where, the city has the ability to collect a sales tax, and it's up to us to make sure that we have a city that people want to spend money in. Big comment like inflation, it goes a part of Measure M. Inflation is a eroding factor. As inflation keeps creeping up, it's going to erode people's buying power, cost of living. Things are more expensive. People are being they're going to think twice about what they can spend money on, because wages never rise as fast as the cost of goods. So people have less money to allocate towards expending into the shopping, going here and going there. So Measure M, for me, is really interesting in how it works, where we have a sales tax that's been increased for community benefit. So it's our job to make sure we have a community that people want to actually spend money in, be happy, to where we need to have a place where people come to Vacaville from the freeways, as Solon was talking, to the downtown business district, where they hit the city, say, you know what, this is an awesome place to be. I feel comfortable here, it's safe, I enjoy the city. They're gonna pull into downtown, they're gonna find parking with the new app, and they're gonna get out, they're gonna spend money, feel safe. They're gonna see the beautiful trees, beautiful lighting, sidewalks. It's a whole experience to where Measure M works kind of symbiotically all together. People will spend money, they're happy, and they feel that they're doing the right purpose. I mean, public safety is a big part of it. Having a downtown and having streets, having painted roads, it all works together. I mean, people, no one's driving to a city and it looks trashy, but then spend $20 at lunch. They want to feel like this, it's a great experience. The trees are maintained. Public Works has the ability to make it look awesome. They feel safe after they're like, I just watched a young lady walk out of here and it was really dark. So it just, even in our own parking lot behind them, and Measure M, it just, we need to reinvest back into the whole city to make sure people feel comfortable to spend money. The more they spend in the city, the more money goes to Measure M, and the more public services we can provide, the more we can kind of make the whole downtown and the whole city of Vacaville look amazing through public works, through public safety, and it all comes together. So I think we try to nitpick it. It's all connected. The safer the city is, the more people want to live here instead of come work here at the amazing new biotech we're all pushing for. We got to make a place where they want to live, stay, eat. We got to make Vacaville sticky. They want to work here, live here, shop here, eat here, and play here. If we just have only one element, then we're going to lose money. So the better we do as a collective, the more money Measure M has, and the better the community is. So I think we got to stop departmentalizing it. It's all works together. So
Great, you want to make a motion?
yeah, let's prove it.
I second.
Great, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Item 9G, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We'll go ahead and get our contingency up here to start the presentation, but this is going to be a group presentation that I'll start off with. So as the council's aware, for the past 2 years now, we have been kicking off the budget discussions in May, beginning with an overview and update of Measure M funds. And as soon as we get to the presentation, we'll get to our agenda for you tonight. So next slide, please. So as you can see here, we are beginning to kick off the budget process again, as it's our first meeting in May. And as you can see, we have a pretty healthy agenda here that's we're going to break into parts. But I will take the lead on, giving you an update on, what is Measure M and the financial update. Our Deputy City Manager, Georgianne Meggersmith, is going to do the lion's share of the lifting and giving you all an update on the status updates of all the Measure M projects that were included in last year's budget, including the district benefit program. And then Ken Matsumi, our Director of Finance, will be giving the council an update on large project funding scenarios. And then I'm going to close it out with some recommendations, but also introducing a new element for council's consideration for use of Measure M funds, followed by next steps. So with that, can we go to the next slide? So Measure M, hopefully everybody's familiar here in the room with what is Measure M. In 2016, it was extended for 20 years. It increased our sales tax from 1/4 cent to 3/4 cents beginning in April of 2018. The measure is a general tax used for general municipal purposes. And as you can see in the language there, it really is devoted to essential services. Next slide, please. So our budget team just gave you an overview of the third quarter numbers. This is the particulars for Measure M as it relates to the increase and the update back in 2018. As you can see the revenues, we have just under $75 million in revenue, and expenses, we have spent just over $31 million, leaving us a fund balance between that period from April 2018 to March 2022 of just about $43.5 million. We do have some commitments, as Ken mentioned to you, that I'll be highlighting in just a moment, but these are projects that are currently being funded with Measure M funds, and it's a combination of one-time projects as well as ongoing expenses, which leaves us an uncommitted balance from this March of just under $20 million. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the commitments. So this is a combination of ongoing staffing and ongoing programs. You can see that we have 1.1 committed in staffing resources, another 3.7 million in ongoing programs that have been in effect for several years now, park beautification, street maintenance, et cetera. We did some pilot programs that Georgianne is going to go over with you in a moment that are just under 700,000, as well as some one-time projects. And those are primarily the park improvement projects that we'll be highlighting for you tonight. Our community development director identified some of the downtown specific plan improvements that were included in there. And then we've also highlighted or identified for you the potential project set-asides monies that we put aside for feasibility studies for a grass field complex, as well as renovations to some of our existing parks facilities, such as Three Oaks. There's also funding allocated in there for the relocation of Station 72. And so that's another 8.7 million that has been allocated for Measure M, which leaves us that balance of 24.2 million. Next slide, please.
So council.
Yeah, so with this, I'm going to turn it over to Georgianne, who's going to walk you through those programs, and I'll be quiet now.
I was a little too excited there. So council approved a number of these new programs and projects as part of last year's budget process, including these 6 5-year pilot programs. And on the next few slides, I'll provide a brief update on what's been accomplished so far. So in terms of the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion program, we did have a little bit of a slowdown with the pandemic, which limited our terms of progress in terms of coordinating large meetings, but we are back on track now and are planning a police-focused community forum that you heard a little bit about earlier, and that will be in later June. We're just securing the location now, and as soon as we do that, we will start marketing that so folks are aware and planning to come. And then we have some staff training coming up in the fall. As part of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan process, it was recognized that our parks are lacking in adaptive and sensory equipment, which would make them more inclusive for people with different abilities and needs. Our park planners did a really thorough assessment of park facilities and identified the parks on the left as already having some adaptive equipment. The highlighted parks in the middle are now planned for adaptive equipment in future projects. So Meadowlands is in the design phase, and we expect to have construction completed on that one in mid-2023. Sierra Vista is also scheduled for some park improvements and is anticipated to receive adaptive sensory equipment next year. Beelard Park was already scheduled for some maintenance, so that one is coming up by the end of this year. And then on the right are future parks that have been identified as being able to receive equipment in the coming years. So the property abatement program. Staff from all departments formed a team to address properties that create a significant nuisance to neighbors, surrounding businesses, and the city. And 12 properties have been identified by this team, and they've been identified based on calls for service and complaints from neighboring businesses and community members and the like. And so the multi-department team will use a coordinated approach on enforcement actions with the goal of bringing these properties into compliance. Over the past year, we've held 2 COV Connect neighborhood cleanup events. At the most recent event in April, we had 72 volunteers provide services to 22 homes, including removing 27 tons of debris, 1 car, 6 appliances, 72 tires, 60 plants were donated and planted, fences were mended, yards were spruced up with bark, soil, and decomposed granite. And we're already excited about the next event coming up in October, and so we'll have that date out for you soon. The Youth Scholarship Program, which we already heard from tonight, has been so successful, so much so that you've just approved $30,000 additional for that program. And the funds have been allocated to 204 youth that might not have been able to participate otherwise, so it's a really great program. And 78% of the funds have been spent to date, and staff are working to reach out to those families who maybe haven't spent their funds yet that they've been allocated to see if they plan to spend them or if they can be kind of redistributed back into the pot. So for the grant matching program, we do have $80,000 in pending match needs. One of those grants is the NEA grant for the arts, which is for painting of utility boxes, which we heard earlier. And then we do have, we did recently received a state of California per capita program grant for improvements to the Lagoon Valley Park archery range. And that one has a $44,000 match that we can use this program for. And council also approved a number of quick win park improvement projects. And we called them quick wins because we were expecting them to be able to be completed in approximately a 2-year time frame. And these are all in process, and we expect to see them begin to be completed over the next year. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but we do have some highlights. Corderos Park construction's expected in fall 22. We heard some support for Trower Park earlier this evening, and so improvements for that park are being confirmed as we speak. And we're also looking at, out to bid right now, are the ball field lights for Centennial and Arlington, which will allow our kids to be out there and play later. So the Council District Benefit Program. This is a brand new concept approved by council and is designed to provide opportunities to improve and beautify neighborhood public spaces, nurture a sense of community and pride, and improve community resiliency. And each council member and the mayor each receive $50,000 per year to fund projects, programs, and services. Some really good work has already happened on these things. Some of the things you've accomplished so far are some town halls to engage the community. District 1 is actually offering their town hall the end of this month, May 21st at Centennial Park. And then District 4 has not a traditional town hall, but a walk audit scheduled for May 26th. And then a number of other projects have also been held, including a public safety awareness event in District 3, where there's also a project in the works with Health Education Council to build neighborhood capacity and engagement. And District 4, speaking of that, the walk audit I mentioned earlier, received a grant from Cal Walks, and the focus is really to improve pedestrian and bicycle safety. We heard a little bit about that earlier this evening as well. District 5 has funded upcoming movie nights at the Graham Aquatic Center, and District 6 hosted a cleanup day, and most recently a spring spruce up day, where 22 tons of debris was removed from houses and yards by residents. And I think we heard about that earlier tonight too. So because this was a brand new program, the original guidelines were very broad as we weren't sure what would work well and what wouldn't. So, and we've all learned we've learned some things over the past year. So what we know is the community responds well to programs and services. We've learned that having too many events after hours and on weekends can be challenging for staff, and mostly that's because it's the same staff being called on for all of these events, as well as others. And we've heard from several council members that there's an interest in making donations to efforts that benefit the community part of the program. So in light of all that, we will be bringing back some revisions to the program at a later date, but tonight we really wanted to just kind of run some of these potential changes by you and get your feedback on them. So some of those revisions include allowing donations that meet specific criteria, limiting the number of events, focusing on projects and programs, and then staff would also like in the future to provide you with a list of options for funding contributions, such as a shade tree program that we're working on now, neighborhood cleanup opportunities like debris bins, water efficient landscape program, ADA accessible curb ramps, and adaptive sensory play equipment. And while there is funding for those already, additional funds are always needed. So when we provided the Measure M update to council last year, we also shared a long list of potential projects categorized by dollar amounts. These are the projects that fall into the over $10 million category. And last year, we also provided a few options for funding large projects in the $100 million range. So I'm going to now turn it over to Ken, who will walk you through some of those updated funding scenarios.
Thanks, Georgianne. So over the next several slides, we'll be going over if the city were to fund some of those larger projects. There's going to be two scenarios here. What would that look like potentially? And then would that leave any sort of room to do anything else? So the two scenarios we're going to be talking about, scenario A is going to be if we were to fund a large $75 million project, and scenario B is the $100 million project. Next slide, please. So under funding scenario A, and there will be a chart that follows this, the assumptions here, or what we would be allocating funding for, would be funds to fund the current ongoing staffing program and pilot programs that were discussed earlier in this presentation, with the unfunded liability being a top priority of council and continuing to address that as part of Strategic Goal Initiative 4A. This scenario would aggressively address the city's unfunded pension liability and targeting paying that unfunded liability in 15 years by making additional payments to PERS. This scenario would leave between $4.5 million to $5.5 million a year to address additional challenges in staffing, maintenance, and replacement, and for one-time projects. And then throughout the life of Measure M, this would leave a reserve fund balance in excess of $5 million to tackle sort of any additional things that come up, or if the general fund, so not including Measure M, if we had a year where expenses exceeded revenues, this could be a potential place where that can make up for that difference. Next slide, please. So there is quite a bit going on in this chart. I'll walk through the different elements of it, but just as a high level, just to go over, I think of the green columns as basically our cash or Measure M revenue in those particular years. And think of the orange and brown columns as the expenses currently, and also what we're projecting under this scenario to be spent in those years as well. And so this is a forecast of Measure M from fiscal year 22 to when it expires in 2038. The assumption here with the Measure M revenues is that the revenue that we would be bringing in would be going up at 2.5% each year. And so starting off with the details, starting with the green columns, the annual starting balance is the dark green column, which you'll see in fiscal year 22, where it's slightly over 32 million. The lighter green columns are the ongoing revenue. So this is going to be the sales tax that's generated that comes in. Additionally, there's a loan repayment element to this because, as council may recall, there was an interfund borrowing between the utilities department and Measure M, where utilities was purchasing a piece of equipment and then would be paying Measure M back for 10 years through loan repayment. So that's a portion of this as well. Going over to the expense side of it, the dark green, brown columns are the existing expenses, commitments, and set aside. And you'll notice that in fiscal year 22 that column is larger than the other years, and that's primarily because in fiscal year 22, what we're lumping in there is the commitments and set-asides that the city manager had mentioned earlier. So the set-aside for the Grassfield complex, the different park improvements that were part of the fiscal year 22 budget, they're going to carry over to fiscal year 23, just so that to keep this simpler, we had that lumped in fiscal year 22, so that basically the focus from fiscal year 23 forward is more of the ongoing, the kind of the new stuff. And so the orange column for the expense side, unfortunately, I have to pull up the highlighter. It might. Thanks. So this orange section right here are the new and ongoing expenses. So I mentioned that under this scenario, it leaves $4.5 to $5.5 million to tackle any sort of new staffing challenges, maintenance costs, and allocating funding for that. So that is part of this column, as well as these additional discretionary payments to PERS to address the unfunded liability in 15 years as opposed to the current plan it's on. Under the scenario, the peach colored section, which is part that I'm highlighting over, is the debt service portion. And so if we were to do a $75 million debt service, this would be the portion that it would cost. We would be paying it over 15 years, so through the life of Measure M. And then finally, the year-end reserve balance, which are these yellow diamonds. This is showing at the end of each year, sort of where would Measure M, that balance, be at the end of the year. And so I mentioned in the previous slide that under this scenario, in every year, we're leaving a Measure M balance that's above $5 million, and you'll see that it does kind of drop here as we're paying the debt service. It evens out or in the latter years. You'll notice that in the very last year, it does drop to $6 million, and also the green column, which is our Measure M tax, drops significantly as well. The reason why is with Measure M being implemented in April, the assumption is that it's going to end in March, and so you're only seeing 3/4 of the year revenue, and that's why you're seeing that decline there in the last year. So for funding scenario B, this is the $100 million scenario. It's very similar to funding scenario A. It funds current ongoing staffing program and pilot programs mentioned. It does take a less aggressive approach to addressing the unfunded liability. So under scenario A, where the plan would be to pay that off in 15 years, under this scenario, it would be trying to address it over 20 years. The note here that you see in parentheses is that Measure M does expire in 16 years. And so under this plan, if we were to pay it off in 20 years, that would be after the expiration of Measure M. So that is a difference here to point out. Under scenario B, because we're paying more in debt service to do a $100 million project, there is going to be less flexibility to address challenges that come up throughout the term of Measure M. So things such as staffing, maintenance, replacement, and one-time projects, that amount drops to where it's between $3.5 to $4 million annually. And similar to scenario A, still keeping a balance in Measure M of $5 million each year. So I won't go through all the details of this chart, but the big things to point out here is really just a shift in, you'll notice that the peach portion of the columns gets bigger, because if you're doing a $100 million project, it's going to cost more in debt service, and so you're paying more in that. You'll notice that the orange column is a lot smaller than scenario A, and so this is kind of the section of expenses that we would be using for tackling any sort of new maintenance costs, replacement cost projects, or additional staffing challenges. And so it does shift more money towards the debt service and less flexibility and money to address the other stuff that comes up. Slide, please. And so just to summarize, those charts might have not been the easiest to follow. For scenario A, for financing the $75 million project, what that would look like is we would be paying $117 million in debt service. And so the recommendation here, although we're talking about financing a large project, we would only go the financing option if the city chose to really do a large project of, $75 million or higher. If we were doing projects that were much smaller in the $5 to $10 million range, we wouldn't want to finance that. It would make a lot more sense to use existing funding or save up for it, because you would save in debt service that way. So under scenario A, it would be $117 million in total debt service. We would be paying a little under $8 million a year for the next 15 years. As I mentioned earlier, there would be more flexibility under this scenario to address any sort of new challenges or existing challenges that come up in one-time costs. And then the target of paying off the pension unfunded liability for one of our plans in 15 years would save the city $23 million over that span of time. In scenario B, this is the $100 million project. We would be looking at debt service, we'd be paying $156 million over for that financing. It would jump to $10.4 million every year. And as stated earlier, this scenario does give us less flexibility to address any sort of new challenges because of more of that money being committed to debt service. And then as far as addressing the unfunded liability, this scenario assumes that we'd be trying to pay that off in 20 years as opposed to the 15. I'll now pass it on to our city manager to talk big picture.
Thank you, Ken and Georgianne. So a lot of good information there for the council's consideration. But before we start spending all that potential bond money for Measure M, I wanted to kind of get real with council for a moment about Measure M budget. And if you recall 2 years ago when we did our budget at the beginning of the pandemic, or in the the middle of the pandemic, we adopted what we called a strategic and cautious budget because we closed down. We didn't know what the impacts of the pandemic were going to be on our budget. Then for the next year's, the 21-22 budget, because we rebounded possibly more quickly than other jurisdictions, our budget approach was more of we're open for business. And of course, because that was also this council's first budget and our first budget within a larger council, districts, and the fact that we were closed down for almost 2 years, we wanted to get out to the community and really use Measure M money to do what we now call COV Connect projects, so that there would be an identity between the community and the council and in the investment into the community with Measure M. But now, as we start to look at going forward for the upcoming budget 22-23, there's some things that I wanted to just highlight for the council, more so than your traditional operational budget that you've been used to seeing for the time that you've been with us. And that's these important factors that we see here. And I've called them, lumped them into three categories: structural budget challenges, foundational budget challenges, and the quality of life element. Okay, now that's in addition to the traditional operational budget. But as we go forward with this budget process that starts tonight, and then we'll get into more detail at your subsequent meetings, it's going to be important to talk about these, because to do the things that we are being asked to do that are summarized in that State of the City address that most of you were able to attend, and we're very excited about as your staff, we need to look at the big picture of our budget and to make sure that we're aligning that with the strategic plan priorities and so forth. And so if you could go to the next slide. So just to put it in context, when I'm saying, the big picture and the different types of budget challenges. Quality of life improvements kind of speak for themselves, right? Park improvements, community center improvements, public amenities, things that we can all feel good about and putting back into the community. And that certainly is an important factor of Measure M. But foundational challenges are kind of more along the lines of capital issues as well as resource issues. And so the first one out there is staffing, capital maintenance and replacement cost, relocation and expansion of Fire Station 72 to keep up with our service levels, and detention basins, again, for service levels. These are things that are necessary as we go forward to build that vision that we showcase in the state of the city. And so it's going to be important to have this conversation, and true to form, you know, as we met with all the different departments for the preliminary discussions about their budget needs, we have some issues to deal with. And so I want to make sure that council's aware of that. Structural challenges is just that. I mean, these are things that are built in that are kind of the technical rate issues, things that are structured and set up, and they have some problems. One of our easiest examples that we have been bringing to council for the past couple of years now, just as an example, is the continued deficit that we have in our landscape lighting districts. Each year, we operate at a deficit in some of that, and that's not going to change. And so we need to put that into the conversation as part of our budget. At least that's what I want to do in my role for the council, is to make you aware of these things so that, you know, when we get 20, 30 years down the road and something breaks or something is like, why did we miss this? We don't have to have that conversation because we're talking about it now. That doesn't mean that we're going to be able to solve everything right here, right now with this budget, but we want to bring these things to your attention. And so you'll see at subsequent meetings, for example, on that very subject of landscape lighting districts, we're going to be proposing that we invest in an evaluation and assessment of our current methodology and what are the opportunities for some solutions. So going forward at your next meetings, we'll be talking about this more. And I thought that this was real important to bring up to you now, because I know that, you know, when we did the presentation for Measure M, part of the last budget, we walked through that very same conversation about, you know, hey, we can bond for a very large mega improvement project with Measure M funding. Well, before we go ahead and have that big picture conversation, or that focus conversation, really, it's important, I believe, for the council to have the big picture conversation of what is the best intended use for Measure M. Not just quality of life, but as the language says in the ballot, it's intended for essential services, which include, in my opinion, the foundational and structural challenges that we're going to be facing as well. So next slide, please. So with all of that in mind, what I'm recommending right now that we talk about further, you know, in the coming meetings is that we kind of keep Measure M spending close to the vest. Okay, so we have identified about $1.5 million in capital improvement projects for Measure M. Given tonight's news and desire to explore, you know, creek walk and bridge lighting, that number could change. So we'll come back to you with that. But as far as new projects, as Rojan mentioned to you, we came out with what we called quick win park improvement projects. We expected that those would take 2 years. I think before we add any more to that list, that we go ahead and finish those up. And we're getting real close on some of those. And I know that we're bringing a couple back for future discussion to expand the scope, and we'll have that for you. But let's just keep those going. And then going forward, again, at the upcoming meeting, we'll look to talk to you more about the programming funding costs to address the foundational and structural issues. So with that, next slide. So this is the next steps in the process, just so the council and the community understands where we're going next. We do have a special meeting planned for next week, Wednesday on May 18th, to talk about your strategic plan priorities. At that point, like we've been doing up to this point so far, where we've given you the quarterly budget updates, we've also given you quarterly updates on our strategic plan progress. We'll be giving you a special update on that at next week's meeting. And we'll also be talking about what are the next priorities that this council is interested in pursuing, so that we can build that into our work plans. And as we complete those first rounds of priorities, we'll be able to have an idea of what to program into the budget and the work plans going forward for that next round. Then we get back into our regular scheduled meetings, and we'll have budget study session number 1 on May 24th, where you see that we'll cover a variety of different things, including the development process and the challenges that I identified for you tonight. And we'll introduce to you for your first time the budget augmentations, and that's going to be a healthy conversation. And that relates to that foundational piece. On June 14th, we get into study session number 2, where we start talking about specifics of operational and capital budget items. And finally, on June 28th, we bring the full package to you for your formal adoption and consideration. So I think that's it. At this time, what we're really looking for is any feedback you may have on the district dollar program. If you have any ideas that you'd like us to include in that, to come back to you at a future meeting, by all means, please provide that, and any other comments that you may have. But if you don't have any, we'll be prepared to go on that task with the budget beginning at next week's meeting. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing no public comment, I'll close it, bring it back to council. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Lots of exciting stuff to go over with Measure M. But there's, I guess one of the things that I'm very interested, there's several, I think, that we're probably all interested in. But there's really only one up there that really stood out to me as far as a mega project would be that actually would generate income for the city of Vacaville that could be put back into Measure M or to the general fund, which is a sports complex. And so I am really interested to kind of look at your maybe scenario C, not to give you too much homework, but just a conversation. Maybe you can follow up with me afterwards. And I know that we had a presentation that was done, it's been a while, so maybe a year ago, on a sports complex and the estimated income that it would generate for the city. I'd be interested to see, revisit that and see if that would offset that, so that we could have kind of the best of both worlds, right? So we could make that investment, but also put some money back in to do some of these special projects. I agree with the city manager. The Measure M is definitely going to be needed to handle some of the staffing issues that he discussed. But I think we really need to do something tangible with our Parks and Rec for our community and our kids, right? I mean, COVID-19 had everybody cooped up. We finally have the opportunity to get people outside and really enjoy their community. And they can live, and people, we've learned, right? We can live anywhere in the world, and we can, zoom into work for a lot of different jobs that we couldn't do before. So why do we want to live in Vacaville? And so, with that in mind, I really think it's important that we put some money into our parks and recreational programs for our kids and for our community members to enjoy. And I'm interested in hearing about all of those ideas, not just from my colleagues, but certainly from the public. As far as the district dollar program has gone, it has been an adventure, to say the least. I think that it's innovative, and I think that the intentions of staff are really, really good. But I do think that maybe narrowing things down or setting some limitations so that staff isn't being bombarded. I totally understand that. And maybe what we can do is we can have, one event for the community to get to where we can address, some of the major themes that you were able to identify through maybe this frustrating testing time that you've had by doing it in each district individually. So I'd like to see the program continue. I would like it to be, maybe, I know staff wanted to make some suggestions. I would still like a little bit of wiggle room to be able to kind of, tweak things for each district, just because each of our districts are so different. But I do really like that idea. I really appreciate, Georgianne, you and Rika have been absolutely amazing to work with, and it's very obvious that you love our community and just want to see our citizens happy and engaged and heard and given an opportunity to discuss some of these really important topics that are coming up, like Measure M. So thank you for the presentation, and I look forward to hearing about scenario C maybe a little bit later.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Where do I want to start? That was a big presentation. So I think that was an excellent presentation. Gave us some great context, lots of thought-provoking content. I think I'll start with the district funds, just kind of going in order of the presentation. So I share, I think, most of Councilmember Stockton's sentiment. I think the program was set up with the greatest of intentions, and we've just gone through some growing pains, and we are each have 7 different expectations of what's reasonable, what's not, and we need to get on the same page as a council, but also as staff. So I think bringing back some sort of proposed parameters and barriers, or kind of, whatever would be great. I know for me, I was trying to kind of map out some incentives, and marketing had to go out, and so I was kind of, pressed to get some stuff going, and so I think that's the problem, is that we each have different expectations on what's reasonable, and then staff have different expectations, and there's laws and all these other things that come into play. So I think just kind of bringing that back and tightening it up is great. I think it really has the opportunity to be something fantastic. I'm hoping it'll catalyze some serious change in my district, in a very underserved neighborhood that's been underserved for a long time. And so I'm very appreciative of having it. So, but I can also see how we got to where we got to today. And I think it's just got to evolve in the next steps. I think that's great. I think we need to have a super deep, detailed discussion on a couple of those major projects. The fire station move number 72. We have, in my recollection, have never talked about that on council. That's a lot of money to move a fire station. I understand the needs and the whys, but I want to make sure that we've exhausted all of the other bits and pieces there. And so even with the prior city manager and the prior council, this was like a bullet point, but it was never had a discussion in detail or depth. I've kind of heard the reasons why, but that's a lot of money just to move a fire station a couple blocks for me. And I really want to be sold on an investment like that before we even move forward. So in my 4 years on council, we've never had a detailed discussion about that at all. And for me to even come close to considering that, I've got to have a lot of detail and information. And there's some suggestions made about, couldn't we eminent domain or buy the surrounding residential properties and expand the property at a fraction of the cost? And a lot of those questions haven't been answered. So before we even keep listing that or pushing that conversation's never been had formally with this council or the last council. And I'm not sure how it kind of keeps going to the top of the list. The park complex as well. And so I do share Councilmember Stockton's notion of it could be a huge revenue driver. We had a presentation a couple years back, maybe a year back, I'm not sure if it was even on with this council or not, about the revenue possibilities. But then I heard some stuff after that, and there were some other cities that had their own things, and then COVID came. And so, the revenue piece for me is interesting. For me, that's also a big question. Like, we have parks where we're questioning putting in splash pads for parks that are extremely low resource. We had, kids today asking for benches, and we're talking about spending millions of dollars on a sports complex that will mostly be used for out-of-town travel kids, or kids that already have all the advantages to play those sports and use those things. And so in my opinion, until every Vacaville park is top-notch, I either simultaneously want to talk about the park project or the park complex and bringing of all of our parks up, or I think we need to take care of all kids in Vacaville first. I think a park complex is great, but for travel competitive sports, typically those kids they have the resources they need already. And we have lots of kids in Vacaville who don't have the resources they need. And I want to talk about that first. And so this kind of keeps bubbling up too. And I still have these huge question marks that have never been answered or asked. And we haven't talked about that on the last council or this council either. So I think there's a lot of conjecture around those two major projects in particular that I want to suss out. And I think we need to have some deep discussions about it. I think it's going to boil down to equity versus equality, council priorities. I think the strategic planning session we have next week will be great. I think that'll help us a little bit. I think it's less actually about the projects and more about our vision for Vacaville and our vision for kind of what we see, even with the districts and some other things. I think this all comes into part and parcel. So there's a lot of what ifs on those two projects in particular, and they keep making the top of the list. And again, in my 4 years here, there haven't been detailed discussions on either. And that worries me a little bit. My last piece of feedback is I love the fact that we targeted a variety of parks this year to upgrade with Measure M. The problem though was the process, and Aaron and you and I talked about this. We don't often renovate parks or upgrade them, and so it is kind of a weird process. The short version of how this story equates to in my head is staff go out and tell the public, hey, we're going to get you guys a Corvette, or do you want a Corvette? And the public's like, yeah, we want a Corvette. That's going to be great. And then they kind of come back and say, well, we could really only afford like a used Honda Accord from 97, right? And so then the process doesn't really come back to council. It doesn't really go back to the Parks and Rec Commission. We saw this at the last Parks and Rec meeting, and then all of a sudden we give folks, because of the cost of construction materials and all this other stuff, we give them, a 91, Nova or something that we can afford, and it's parks and it's paths and landscaping and stuff, but then the public comes back to council and they're very angry because they thought they were getting a Corvette. And it leaves council in a very awkward spot because these constituents thought they're getting something special and fantastic. And the communication process broke down between council, staff, and the public throughout the process. And so I know Councilmember Silva and I kind of pumped the brakes on the Trower project and the Sierra Vista project because we wanted to be more involved. And, there was a question asked by several commissioners at the last Parks and, it might have been the one before the last Parks and Rec meeting. When they talked about these three projects, like there were some really big questions that weren't answered and that they had concerns about. And they asked, well, when does this come back to us? And they were told, well, it doesn't. This is the last time and it doesn't go back to council and it's off and running. And so that makes me very uncomfortable, and it's no one's fault. It's just we don't do this very often. So how do we build in those checkpoints for council to kind of weigh back in and have those big wins so that our expectations match staff's expectations, match the public's expectations, or we all get on the same page. So I think as we move forward through those parks projects, they're fantastic, they're great, I love them, but there is a disconnect between the three parties involved there, and I'm not sure how we dial those three back in, but I think that's very important to do. So that's my general feedback, really detailed presentation tonight. I know we've got lots of heavy lifting and learning over the next couple of weeks, so great job on the information, lots of food for thought, and I look forward to future discussion.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. Can you move to slide, I think it was 20? So there was, so I'll just start jumping in. Definitely open to entertaining more discussions about sports complex. Another thing that's come up more so recently is something about an actual community center, or that's what I'm calling it. So the feedback from various folks throughout the area, it pertains more to having a larger facility. Folks bring up different facilities that have you enter it, you have whatever activities going on the first floor. Conceptually, so you have the first floor, second floor is like your 8 Mile track that people can run, something that's accessible, throughout different hours throughout the day. And then, so that's something that I've seen occur, in different places. Davis has one, different states have them. But what I would even challenge that based on other feedback, and maybe for council to kind of solicit on their own, if they will, a third floor that would actually be rentable space for a lot of these different type of martial arts, or a lot of these private kind of private programs that are out there. What's coming back from parents and even from the business owners, they're having to pay, they're renting a certain facility, and that facility is charging quite a bit. And a lot of times that cost is going to have to be passed on, obviously, to the families. But also what families are asking is something that's more centralized. So rather than having, maybe a kid wants to do, jiu-jitsu, another one wants to do ballet, another one wants to do dance. So, or Muay Thai, whatever, right? Boxing. So if we have a dedicated facility that allows for different, different interests to be pursued there, that's all about encouraging and welcome that type of physical activity and community building, which is really what I've seen transpire through those different activities. I'd like to see that. I think that's something that can make a huge impact on the local community. But that first floor, going back to that component, it'd be something that's large enough to actually facilitate events in itself. So when we talk about sports complex, we're looking at trying to get different leagues out here. Baseball obviously is very big here. Soccer is very big. So I completely understand that the footprint that is huge. And I'm thinking for some type of robust community center that focuses maybe more on those type of activities that I mentioned. I'm curious to see if there's something that we can implement with that, and it would take a much smaller footprint elsewhere, where it still wouldn't compromise the dream of a sports complex in the local area. I agree with Councilmember Sullivan's talks and Councilmember Stockton's comments about reinvesting into current parks and about something that's tangible. So I think that's going to be a hard balance for us as council to weigh. based on, you know, the cost of things and how we contribute back to our existing families. But, you know, I think certain areas, I think it's gotten, you know, certain areas, I think have a lot of potential to really not just bring up the area, but bring up the entire town. Like the Play for All Park, I think that's something that's going to really put, it's really going to serve a lot of families. And because of that, it's going to make Vacaville a destination. So I think it adds to that, that sense of community and will bring people together. So I think the more we can have parks that have an identity, something that's unique and different, and something that develops pride, and something that to where everybody would say, yeah, when I hear, you know, certain folks say, oh yeah, I take my kid to this park. Well, I would love for them to say that they take them to other lower income neighborhood parks, right? If I don't, to me, if that park isn't good enough for our families, if it's something that when we see on social media what area to avoid, and we see those areas come up consistently from public opinion, I think that should be completely unacceptable. At least it's unacceptable to me, and you know, I'll leave it at that. So, so that's my feedback as far as that component goes. I think the more direct feedback was requested was not on slide 20. The one about district or council benefit program. Sorry. I don't know what slide that was. I wrote down the wrong one. Maybe this is it. So where's the slide? Wasn't there another one? Like them? Oh no, I apologize. Yeah, potential revisions. I apologize. So allow donations that meet the specified criteria. So my feedback on that would, for our guidelines that we approved, I think if there's something that's questionable, what I would suggest to council is to basically add that onto our consent calendar. And if the council as a whole has an issue with that, then we can pull it, talk about why we may feel that the allocation of that fundings for that particular, item is something that'd be acceptable or not. So I think, you know, if we don't want to really change the way it's written and kind of still continue to pilot out, because I know there's a lot of thought into each of those, I think that's one way that we can, you know, still bring up and look into what it was and like what we're requesting funding for. And the attachment can just be something simple. Look, this is what I'm trying to do. This is who else is involved. This is my justification for it. Something that's, you know, less than 1 page, and it's something that we as a council can decide. So that's it, you know, and that takes less pressure off of staff. It just, you know, it puts the control on us, as long as it's something that's legal, obviously. Number 2, limit the number of events. My concern with that is that it's targeted to me. My concern with that is that it's, so with respect to, with all seriousness, so District 3, you have different issues within there. So when we talk about events, I think the real concern, and correct me if I'm wrong, council, but I think the real concern is using staff time. So if the issue is staff time, then maybe what we should look at is the number of events that require significant staff time. Otherwise, one of the discussions that have come up, that I brought up in private is, are we doing, the goal is to really, for me, the goal is to really show that how we as a city are involved and serve our public in these different areas that we currently invest in. So that, for me, that's the goal. But the goal for me is to build bridges where bridges need to be built and help connect people to these different, our citizens to these different services, and to develop that trust with folks that maybe historically or generationally they'd never trusted. So to me, when we talk about limiting number of events, you know, maybe we can be more specific to that and to what scale, and you know, go that path. Focus on projects and programs. You know, to me, I think that's what a lot of it's for. You know, if we wanted to fund a certain project that some citizens wanted to do, I don't see an issue with that. So that's my feedback on this one. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, fellow council members already touched on a lot of pieces. So regarding the district benefit program, I'm all for helping on nonprofits that'll benefit the community. I mean, city gives a lot of money to nonprofits anyways already. But one thing that I've already shared with Georgianne and city manager is like a community grant program where individual public members can apply for grants, reimbursements for things that benefit the community, and stuff like the shade tree program, neighborhood cleanup, water efficient landscape program. Me specifically, the nonprofit issue was the community gardens. So if an individual wanted to apply for community garden, all that stuff could fall under a community grant program, or as mentioned before, neighborhood association programs. I think that'd be a good way to go. That way, I think it'd take a lot of stress off of staff. A lot of staff time would be mitigated because the community has to essentially plan their own projects, and they're just asking for funding for their specific projects. And that way, it's exactly what the community wants to, because they're doing the projects that they want to see done in their community. And then when it comes to the staffing aspect, everybody here knows I'm huge on emergency preparedness. So I've already talked to city manager about it a little bit, but a city our size should have a dedicated emergency manager. I know currently it is a battalion chief that's doing it almost as additional duty. It's a very, very expensive resource to use for something that emergency manager should be doing. And that also gives us subject matter expert. Vacaville, we do have a lot of potential emergencies with 2 major highways running through here, Air Force Base, airport. We have fires here every year, whether it's just a little bit of Lagoon Valley or a major issue like the LNU complex. Those can range from tens of thousands of dollars for emergency, or up into hundreds of millions, depending on how lucky we get. And having somebody dedicated for that could save the city a lot of money in the long run. And another aspect I was looking at for scenarios, which I've talked to Ken about before and brought up here a couple times, is moving the city to net zero, because I know the city spends roughly about $5 million a year on energy costs alone. And so setting up the city net zero would effectively save the city $5 million a year. Granted, take a little bit of time to break even, but if talking about needing $75 million, that's 15 years of energy costs right there that pay for itself. And so if we do need those big projects, that cost savings from the energy expenditures could pay for these huge projects that we want to do. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiley.
Thanks very much for the presentation, and I'm just going to weigh in real quickly. I do feel like one of the big points of the district dollars was to involve neighbors, and I'm lucky because there are a lot of people in my neighborhood that like to provide input, and so I feel like it should be listening to what the neighbors want and to see a beautification in their area. So things that are important in our area, sidewalks, and I've been kind of talking about trying to get that done, and there have been issues because that's part of the city work, but that's a concern, and I have talked to city manager, and there's possibly getting that going, and just the signs and the cleanup. So the cleanup we had, you've heard, is very successful, but the one thing I had, one of the comments says it can't help specific people. So I was wondering, like the landscape, water efficient landscape, is that just in public areas, or could you help do that for individual people? So that was a question I had, and that could be maybe with the grant program that Councilmember Roberts said, Vice Mayor. And another thing people were interested in was trimming. You have shade trees on here, but once the shade trees are in and the landscaping is in, it quickly gets overgrown. And I do think our current landscaping group is much better about getting that done, but they don't really trim the trees so much. And some people have talked to me about, trimming trees and blocking signs and things like that. So that's all I have to say. I do feel like it is to support the neighborhood. I also don't have an issue with nonprofits if people are interested in doing some of their dollars with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Item 10, reports of city manager.
I have none tonight. Thank you.
Item 11, reports of city council. Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
I got you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I'll be pretty quick. I was going to do a report out on the Cap Solano JPA homeless item, but I talked to you guys about it earlier. So if you have any other questions, please ask Councilmember Stockton or I. We have a big meeting next week. Very excited. I have 3 items that I want to maybe try to get agendized in the future. The first 2 I'll kind of well, I don't know if we're rolling together or not, but we submitted several different issues to the Major Crimes Task Force here in Solano County. So the DA's office has this Major Crimes Task Force. There's officer-involved shootings, there was the double homicide, there was a suicide, there were all these the case that we had during council where the person drove on the city hall lawn and got shot. In theory, the DA's office is supposed to have this transparent kind of open process, and it's to kind of, keep people from not investigating themselves. So I've asked the DA's office a couple times to get us like some information or kind of what's the process. There's nothing on the website. There's nothing on the Facebook page. Can't tell what's going on. I would like to agendize, hopefully the chief to bring the DA back to tell us, A, what's going on with these cases, and B, like, why is there this black hole where stuff goes and it never comes back? And the public wants to know. I get asked regularly on 2 of those cases. I want to know. I mean, we had an active, a shooting during a council meeting. And so, again, it's supposed to be this transparency. It's not us, it's the county. And so I've asked a couple times through a variety of sources, but I'm wondering if anyone else cares enough to push this issue. But I'd like to have the DA come back and present to us on the Major Crimes Task Force. And I think we need to ask some questions about what we can expect in terms of reports back and transparency and other engagement efforts. So that's item number 1.
City Manager.
So thank you. That is actually in works, and we anticipate that we can have that before the council at your next meeting on May 24th.
Okay.
Bam.
Item number 2, maybe this one might be fairly easy too, guys. We had a major shift in the first program over the last, 6 months or so. I had a really amazing, wonderful employee who'd been with us for a million years. Had, I knew her fairly well. I knew had a connection there. And I know we have new staff now. I would love to have just a full update on the first program, the ins and outs, meet the staff, honestly, because it's one of those programs where I don't think they get enough credit, but just kind of meet the new team, hear about what they do. Paula tonight had some really good, like, quick fire data, but I'd love a full comprehensive presentation. And honestly, I think the public deserves to. I mean, you guys do so much amazing stuff outside of any other law enforcement agents that I know of. So if we can have a formal first presentation on the agenda, do I need to motion that, or is that okay?
Oh, that's okay.
Good, okay.
No motion.
And then last but not least, this one I'll probably need a motion. I would like to motion to have a discussion on a budget review committee in fiscal year 2023. And the reason I'm asking for that, we've worked really hard on transparency and engagement. We've got a new PIO, we've got all kinds of policies and procedures, we've got the neighborhood outreach, we've got some different things happening. I'm still getting sort of uncomfortable fiscal questions from folks that I can't answer. And we have the grand jury report still kind of looming, and in my mind, we have lots of stuff to celebrate, but there still is this element of the public who has questions, and I don't have the capability of answering the questions sometimes, and Aaron and I kind of go back and forth on this, and I know it gets frustrating. I'd at least like just to have a discussion at council about what a budget review committee could look like, maybe invite the public to kind of share some of their outstanding issues that maybe we're not quite hitting or addressing. I see us making all of this progress and making all of these key moves, especially on certain areas that were in the grand jury report. For some reason, it's not quite resonating with some of the members of the public. And when I try to explain it to them, I don't have the fiscal acumen to, quite frankly, satisfy their issues. I know it's not your favorite topic for me to bring up, but I would at least like just to have a discussion with council on a budget review committee. It's not an advisory group. It's not a commission. Just the prospect of standing up some sort of citizen engagement sessions where we would have some folks either appointed or nominated to a work group. And it does exist in the city of Davis, it exists in the city of Fairfield, and it exists in other cities. So I would like to know if the council would at least entertain the discussion about something like this. I know staff's busy in the next couple months, but ideally maybe we can launch some sort of session or two in 22-23 if the council agrees after that discussion, but I'd at least like to agendize the discussion on that topic if council is willing to do so.
Mr. City Manager.
So for that particular motion, I would like to request that you get us a second to get it on the agenda.
Sure. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Fair enough. Still passes.
That's it.
All
Thanks.
right. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
I got you. I think.
All right, we got it this time. So I wanted to start off tonight just by really extending
my gratitude to Brian McLean and the Public Works Department. In my district, we've had some severe issues with real erosion on some of our trails related to the Browns Valley open space area. We've had some significant vandalism, and him and his staff have been absolutely amazing, Brian. I have gotten so many compliments on the tremendous work that you and the Public Works folks have done in not only getting out there right away to fix stuff, but in just how you've approached and talked to the public. And I wanted to thank you with that. And while I'm on my Public Works kind of kick, and kudos, we talked a lot about signs earlier downtown, but recently with all of the vandalism, the signs that you've replaced, I really appreciate the signs that are directing the public to the access point of the Browns Valley open space over at the dead end of Vacaville. We talked about Vacaville too, the dead end. But that parking lot is really important, and I think it kind of gets lost sometimes when folks are driving to and from work to home. And so being able to see those signs and direct you to that parking lot, it really does give our police a great opportunity to know when people are on the trail, or if they haven't gotten off the trail and there's a car left in that parking lot at the dead end of Vacaville. We've kind of got an idea to go look for somebody that might need our help. And so I just really appreciate how, that has come together, the tremendous service that you've offered, and just fixing the signs and beautifying the trail and working with the surrounding community is just absolutely outstanding. So I can't thank you enough for that. I also want to invite everyone, the public, to my first town hall meeting. We are going to meet at Centennial Park on May 21st, 2022 at 11 to noon. And we're going to talk about and celebrate some of the great accomplishments like I just talked about. I'm sure I'll bring that up at the meeting as well, with the trail signs, as well as some other really exciting things that have happened in District 1. But I'm also really excited to talk about a meeting that I had with Carrie and some of the folks over at Public Work regarding the Centennial Expansion Plan. And I know we touched on that. That number was a little scary to look at to see what it's going to take to get there. But I'm really excited about the effort that staff has gone through to really put in some thought about what that park's going to look like, and to take into account what the community's input, on really building something beautiful for everybody to enjoy. And so I can't thank you enough for that. I'm excited to talk about it, as well as give the community an update on Measure M, which it looks like I'm going to need a PowerPoint emailed to me, Aaron, so that I can freshen up on that for that. But that, as well as the biotech initiative. And so I'm just very excited. I think great things are happening in Vacaville, and we couldn't do it without great staff. And I know we ask a lot of you, but what I've learned is that you always rise to the occasion, and you're always giving your absolute all. So I really appreciate that. I won't go too far on the Capsolano 2x2, but I am very excited to see the progress. I'm excited that we are getting a group of minds from throughout the county to really come up with some good solutions regionally, but also having some autonomy and being able to tailor something that will work for Vacaville, because our needs are different than even just 9 miles down the road in Fairfield and so on and so forth. So I'm very excited about that. And it was good to be here today and see everybody. I feel like this was a really productive meeting, and we got to talk about some really exciting things. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. So I want a motion to bring Char Park back to council, but what I'm requesting is the same presentation that Parks and Rec gave to Parks and Rec Commission to please give to council, with discussion to possibly allocate additional funding. Can I get a second?
I need a second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Got more.
that's it.
No, I got 3 more. Correct. So I've been serving as an interim chairman for the Citizen Advisory Group for our 2 local prison systems, CMF and CSP Solano. They've been doing a lot of great work out there. You know, one of the things, you know, they have their own recognition week, so I definitely want to recognize all those folks out there. I've been learning a lot the past couple year and a half about the work they do and all the different struggles. So that they have, not just with the population, but they've been doing a lot of great things for our local community. They actually recently had another ribbon cutting ceremony, reopening of that because of, you know, COVID and whatnot. As far as the bike repair program, so they're into I think it was like 70 some bikes that they've been able to repair and put back out. So the reporter wrote a nice article up on that, Daily Republic as well, so you can get more information on that. But just want to let the community know and the council know about that. There's a lot of other programs that they do, but I'll update that accordingly. Definitely want to thank particularly Lieutenant Dahl, one of the district commanders for District 3, bringing together a lot of folks from PD, Judith Franco, bringing some of her kids out and her fellow staff from the Family Resource Center and PAL, and Station 73, Jill Childers, and I'd like to thank Chief Smushler and Chief Concepcion for coming out. So one of the things about town halls is a lot of times they're not very maybe welcoming. In my opinion, they're very academic. So one of the things that I was, and I'm really grateful for even City Manager allowing to try something a little bit different. So rather than having that more formal interaction, to actually allow people to connect more one-on-one, have maybe more of those private conversations in a less formal setting, and to kind of make it more family-centered. So I thought the activities and everything were great. For whatever reason, the turnout was low. What I'm hoping to have staff and council support for next year is the next day. So not that Friday, but that Saturday. The site that PD had requested was Markham Elementary School. That next day they had a festival of De los Niños, so a festival for kids. So that's in addition to their birthday. I didn't make the rules, but that had a lot of people. That had over 1,000 people. So it's always tough to find that target day. What I would encourage is to maybe there's no set date for that next year. But I would hope is that there's continued support for one of those community events to be at that, and there already be a two combined event. But what I would also suggest is that we don't call it a town hall. And if there's another, but if I need to help fund that through the district dollars, that I'm happy to do that. One of the cool things that I really liked and I'm hoping to continue, maybe expand on, Officer Fonseca was for his. I was my first name. And, what's his name? Officer Carson, right? Andre. So they came out and they actually showed some kids some basic self-defense skills, and that was pretty cool to see them, out there and learn that. So I'm hoping to expand that. I messed up on that one. I was supposed to bring like cushiony pads, but I brought hard pads, but it's okay. It was softer than the concrete. So again, I appreciate all that. Also had a small, relatively pop-up event just to continue a recognition for our mothers. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. We love you, appreciate all that you do. A lot of times it's an unrecognized position and harder than what we do. So Jeanette, thank you. Mother's Day. I forgot to text her. Lastly, I did have the privilege of riding along for a few hours with Sergeant Vinny, who recently passed away. So I just wanted to extend my condolences and sympathy to his family and his good friends for the loss of him. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Wiley.
Yes, I recently had a spruce up event. You may have heard about it. I just want to take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Ritchie and Sullivan and Stockton, who all came out and took a 2-hour shift. The way it was set up, I had to have specific volunteers at specific times, at specific locations to have everything covered. And I really appreciated their taking a shift, and also deputy city manager, Georgianne Mager-Smith, was also there at a spot. And then I had a lot of support from the city manager's office prior to the event. So thank you very much. And we did get 22 tons of trash out of the District 6, and we're able to recycle some things that were still in good shape that other people were able to pick up and say, I'll give this a new home. So that was done. And this week, tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, I'm going to the California Cities Leadership Conference in Sacramento, so that should be good information. And I want to extend an invitation to everyone to attend the Wings Over Solano this weekend at Travis Air Force Base. And I will be there part of the time. And I think it'll be a great event for our community. And finally, I just want to say I do appreciate the proclamations, and this is great that we could proclaim Police Week. But I just want to say mental health is with us all the time, and not just in May, and also aging. Some of us are aged. So we just need to, just really do what we can for all our citizens and see how we can tackle mental health, which is also a big part of the homeless issue that we're trying to tackle as well. So that's my council comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Ritchie.
I'll try and make it work. This meeting was kind of, it was very interesting. A lot of big topics to talk about. We touched on the State of the City address, where I heard the mayor and Aaron really talk with passion about kind of big Vacaville vision. Measure M, that's a big item. We talked about the downtown plan, how we can tie the city together. Kind of like all hit home this weekend. It's my sister's birthday. Besides the fact it really ties into Jefferson Parkway. Thursday, Vacaville PD responded so fast, but she was T-boned by a car right on Leisure Town by a huge truck. Told her car, sent her to the hospital. She's okay. She's actually already nursed in the hospital. Now she's going as a patient instead of an employee. But so even the big ideas of getting the big projects done in the city, there's unintended consequences and benefits for these things to happen. That kind of stuff will be limited by the advancement. But we had a birthday party. She's a trooper. Did stop her at a brewery this weekend. And one of her best friends is a 17-year veteran in biotech. And we sat down, talked a lot about biotech. And he said, Greg, you guys don't know what's coming to Vacaville. He said, it's going to be awesome. You guys, it's going to bring people from all over the world and the country to Vacaville. He said, but the people it's going to bring there, it's not going to be the people that can't afford other places or are upset. It's going to bring awesome minds and energy and people. And the people coming to Vacaville are going to be amazing. They're going to bring a lot of value. And he said, great, listen, change is going to happen. Either you're going to get in front of it or get drugged behind it. So he said, just make sure you, as a city, you are in front of it, and make sure you ride the wave the right way. And I think to talk about Measure M, to talk about all the stuff, say at Station 72, that's my backyard. That's the busiest station of Vacaville. I've gone down there many times trying to have a conversation. It's hard. It's like talking like squirrel. Because they're always running and gunning. But so I think with the big vision of Vacaville, this is our chance to come out of COVID and think big. Really make sure we get the city ready for the growth we're going to see with all the biotech, all of the things we need to reinvest. I mean, we can't expect to have a great city without having great services, great public safety, great public works, make the city look great. Streets got to be safe. I've had people that are older that have a hard time seeing. Just paint the lines better. I mean, it's going to take a combination of funds, Measure M, and a community. But we need to really ask these companies coming to Vacaville, what do they want? The big biotechs going into District 1. Ask them, what do you want? What do your potential employees want? What is going to make it sticky, where they live here, work here, and want to shop here? Because let's say we can go to private-public partnership, and they can easily fund a third of a $75 million stadium. Just put their name on it. Happens to other cities. You just got to think about it. All of a sudden, they have pride and ownership. They stay in town. They shop. We make the money up on the back end with an increase in Measure M and sales tax. So we think bigger. I think it will work out. We just can't be caught with little things. I think it's time to really make it back and go forward. And I think all boats rise together. we can make the city safer, more efficient, and a place you want to live and stay. And I think it's kind of like, we got to think big or else we're going to get left behind.
All right, thank you very much. And I will close it tonight. We're going to do a certificate of remembrance. And this is for a family member of Vacaville, Vinny Nadasti. He passed away. He grew up in Vancouver, served as a radio operator and a paratrooper in the Airborne Regiment of the Canadian Armed Forces. Soon after that, he became a court officer in Ontario and then a police constable for Toronto Police Department. And in 2000, he relocated his family here to Vacaville. Shortly after that, in 2002, he was hired for the Vacaville Police Department. He attended a second police academy and was awarded top candidate, top student, highest academic standing, recognition for outstanding performance at the Napa Police College. I'm sorry. The sergeant emphasized embracing the assignment throughout his career. He was a member of the SWAT team for 14 years. He led the Vacaville Fiesta Days parade as the motor officer, and he spent 6 years in investigative service detective. He also supervised both the traffic unit and special victims unit. Vince loved our community and demonstrated his commitment to service and stewardship. He made people's lives better with every interaction. In 2010, then detective was recognized as Department Customer Service Award. 2011 was named Officer of the Year, and his personal file added that the accommodations from the community. And we just want to close tonight in his memory. And we say, rest in peace, Sergeant Vince Nadasti, number 504. So thank you. And with that, we do not have closed session. And we will close. Good night, Vacaville.